Every other show I go, there's like a countdown, and it lets us know when we're coming in. What's up, y'all?
What's going on?
Michael, Destro Designs. We are here live from Viper Den Studios. I was just noticing. Let me see here. I went over. Okay, I've been missing the chat because it has been a discombobulating couple minutes. I'm surprised that we are only 3 minutes late coming into this. I just told the boys the story, so I'll try to make it relatively quick. I went to go create the stream, and because I waited to do everything last minute, it was like, so I looked and it told me that I had reached my 20 hour per month limit on streaming for the free, like whatever they offer. And I was like, okay, I'm happy to pay for it because they actually, this is like, I don't know, it's easy. It's easy for me to use. Once I get into using different things, I think I'll figure out what's what. You guys use Streamer, right, Talib?
Yeah, that's what I use.
StreamYard? No doubt, no doubt. Well, anyways, it was a crazy couple minutes because when I went to go just upgrade, I didn't see the thing where you can switch it from billing yearly to monthly. So I'm looking at this and they're trying to, I actually hit the button for $431 and thank God my bank declined it. So then I'm on the text messaging with the bank telling them that this is not fraud, but please don't charge it to $431. Anyways, we got it straightened out. We're finally live and we are here this week with my brother Talib from Figure Fight Club. Welcome in, my dude. Yeah, we also have CG Horror up there in the corner. He is here once again. CG has been a big technical help since day one, and he's I love his input, and he actually has some pictures queued up for us as we go along, just until I get my shit straightened out. Talib, if you haven't heard me say it anywhere on any of the streams I've been on with you before, I bought a laptop, and my cousin, who is very good, put like a whole bunch of extra RAM in it and did this other, put my Windows 11 on there for me, did all this stuff. And it's never really worked right since. So I can do some stuff. I can like look stuff up on the internet. Like I got it here now. But anyway, it won't let me access my settings. So I'm literally like, all I have to do is give my camera the permission to actually turn on and I'd be able to stream and do everything I need to do right from the laptop. But every time I click settings, that little gear icon pops up and then it disappears. It's like, hey, we are here, but fuck you. And then you click on it again and it pops up and it gives me the middle finger and it goes away. CG sent me, I've seen there's like 5 different versions of this this solution that CG sent me, and I've done every single one and not a single one has fixed it. My cousin, the guru, now lives 2 hours away. And I can't go 2 hours. Hopefully he can fix it and then 2 hours back. I literally do not have a day. It would be cheaper for me, given work-wise, it'd be cheaper for me to just buy a new laptop instead of missing a day of being productive at work. So I did actually, there was one that a Best Buy guy had. He was like, oh, it's in like Michigan or Minnesota or something, and it's like it was half off. It was like a $500 laptop that was like $250, and I was like, you know what, I'll take that. That sounds good. And they're shipping it to the Best Buy, so I'm just waiting for that to get here. How frustrating, right? So, anyways, we've been lackluster. CG was on maybe a week ago, and he was like, oh, wait a minute, I can share shit from here. And he threw something up, and the next thing you know, here we are. And he's been a big help in so many ways, and a pillar of the community that we got popping off over on Twitter. Let's do a roll call in through the chat. We've got my brother Snow Leopard. Talib, this is fun fact about my brother Snow Leopard, whose support is legendary. He is up in the middle of the night right now. It's like 2:30 in the morning, like where he's located on the earth. It's literally the middle of the night. And my dude shows up. He's missed like 1 week because he had an important family event. But other than that, he's like been here every week. It's amazing. My brother Big Gay Dave is in the house. So I don't know how well y'all in the community know Dave, but Dave is a wonderful, beautiful human being. We've been DMing a little bit recently, and I could tell he's operating on a frequency with which I'm picking up for sure. He's a very smart dude. And we started talking about a few things. I've sent him some messages, and my dude sent me an hour-long video today, and it was captivating and wonderful. Like, it would be like if we had a minute to be on the phone, right? How hard is it to line up 2 people to spend an hour on the phone? But it was better because I got to see him as he was talking and everything, and it was absolutely fabulous. Just a wonderful person. We have, I think at one point I was like, we're basically the same person, just in different skin. And so, yeah, big shout out to Dave. Welcome in. Orxizio, new member of the community. Very good. Orxizio sent me some music that he is, I'm into heavy metal, and I mean like not the shit you hear on the radio. I'm talking about the really heavy stuff. And Orxizio used to actually be in a band and played. So I'm up in Albany, New York. There is I don't know if it's internationally known, but I know bands from all over have come to play at the little couple venues that we have, because it's just a great scene, and the venues are awesome. It is primo shit. And Orxizio played at one of the best ones, which is Bogies. So shout out to him, very good. Riptide O'Leary in the house. What's up, my brother? I have to give him a shout real quick. So it was so funny. Our boy Art Facto was doing a drawing of Beachhead. And I was like, ooh, dude, if that's for sale, that's mine. And Riptide was like, that's literally mine. He's drawing that for me. And it was very funny, a wonderful exchange. And then my dude arranged for Art Facto to make me my own Beachhead picture. He reached out, was like, tell me what you want and I'll do it. And I was like, yo, I want this with the knife in the secondary. And he was like, yeah, that's it. So Riptide O'Leary, big shout out. Also, new great member of the community. I love it. Just another jerk in the house. What's up, my dude? The Pose Master, yet another pillar of the community. Now I have to say that about everybody, though. Mo's Mind Custom Design in the house. We'll be showing. It's Mo, or Matt. Actually, I'm sorry. We have now with my brother's help, CG. We'll be able to show pictures of the things that I don't have. Right, I got most of what Matt makes, and I'll hold it up to the camera. But we've got some pictures to show off tonight too. So I'm glad that you're here, my brother. Well, you're here every time. Big Red in the house. Talk about pillars of the community for real. Lots of real good conversations with Big Red. If anybody is interested, well, I'm sorry, I don't want to put his services out there, but he's very interesting to talk to about faith. Man is very knowledgeable. He's very smart. 610 Yojo Daddy in the house. What's up, my brother? Welcome in. Glad you can make it. I see you everywhere I go now. 610. Every podcast I stop in to say hello, you're right there, brother. I love it. I love all that support. That's fucking awesome. G.I. Dave, so real quick, next Thursday, so next week, live from Viper Den Studios is going on Thursday, because my daughter's in a play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Just can't do it. And so I'm going to move the show to Thursday. We're having in my brother G.I. Dave. Anybody, if you don't know Dave, I suggest you go over, you check out his page. He's got a lot of really cool stuff going on. He's doing some very different but G.I. Joe adjacent, G.I. Joe through the lens type stuff. Very cool. He's actually coming on the show, and we are doing a joint operation. And I'm holding it just off screen. I can't show you yet. I can't show you because he has one too, and we're going to open them at the same time. He was very nice enough to put this operation together, and I'll be welcoming him in. Jesus Christ, next week, and we will be opening some turbo fucking shit. It's pretty much, I'll give you a teaser. It's big. And it's one of the coolest things I've ever fucking seen in my life. From the second I saw it, I was like, wait, what is that? And every time I saw it, it just got more cool to the point where I was like, I think this has got to be number one on my must-have list. You know, classified figures are $30-$40. That's not what I mean. I mean the shit that's expensive when you're really going to spend. And this was at the top of the list, and it's become my favorite version of this figure character. So I love it. I love it. There's our boy Lou. What's up, my brother? Lou has now launched a show on his own with Initial Goose Creations, and they're doing Take the Shot. That's the name of it. So welcome in, Lou.
Show.
The what? Lucy Goosey Show? Dude, whoever said that first, I think what I wrote was, everybody's got to stop saying that. Oh my God. That's a good one though.
If they were doing it last week or not, so.
It was, if somebody said it in a comment. I tuned in for a little while, so that was nice. But it was a great show, Lou. You guys are both great. I can't tell if Goose is nervous or not, but he did great. But he's awesome. I might extend an invitation to have him come on here for a little bit. He's a solid guy. I've spoke to him offline as well. Chris from Sister the Arsenal is in the house. What's up, my brother? I'm glad you're here to see. So we've got a new thing. My brother CG is helping us out, and we have pictures of stuff off of your website to show everybody the actual website and some of the stuff that you have. So welcome in. Also, Chris and Matt, I have, if you see on the bottom there, let's just hope there's not a typo. That I put one of these banners up, and every single time I do it, there's like I did it. GI Customs was here, and I I did something wrong. What was it? Did I do Stream 100? I think instead of Stream 10, which was the promo code, I put Stream 100 for, yeah, you get 100% off if you order now. It's just fucking code. So that was funny. Our boy Commander Unicron, caught that. That's awesome. Checkpoint Bravo. What's up, my brother? Welcome in. I love to see all these like newer faces here. That really makes me happy. Roblox, there's an old face though. My brother Roblox, again, pillar of the community there. Von Hayes, he has a question. Are they going to do more with the mass device and the classified line? We're going to table that question. We'll get right to it as soon as I get to the bottom of this list. Oh, we are. We're here. Yeah, Stream Zero. That's what it was. Thank you, Matt. Stream Zero. Funny fucking shit. So real quick, because we do got a lot to talk about, and I am trying to keep these podcasts to a reasonable talib. I did one like 3 weeks ago. It was 5 hours. I don't know how I did it. But when I woke up the next day, I felt like I was out drinking at the bar, and I'm not kidding. Like I had a nasty hangover.
Did you drink while you was on stream?
No, bro. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in like 5 years.
Okay.
Could be 6. I don't know. I'm not really counting. I just know it was a while ago. Like
You should though. It could probably make it really fun.
Listen, I'm not against it. I just know that what was happening, and maybe it would be different now, but what was happening was I was having like what is in essence an allergic reaction to it, meaning like I had like 2 Heinekens. 3 days later, I woke up and I still felt like shit. And it just got to the point where it's like, it's not worth it, right? You know, I wake up feeling like this. And then the very last time I had 1 finger of like good vodka in a glass with some ice, and I drank that. And it was, again, 3 days later, I woke up, I still felt like shit. So there was no good trade-off. I was like, it's not even worth it. And also just try to take a step back and think of how I am without it. So I can't possibly talk anymore. I can only get louder and more crazy. So not to say that there's not room for that somewhere along the way. I promise that will come. But like on the regular, I have to have the week to week MOB that I am not acting like that in front of a camera. Because trust me, y'all don't know me like that. I am definitely a crazy person.
Right.
I mean, it was definitely like in my 20s. Was one thing, but then when the kids came, everything kind of changed anyway, right?
Yeah.
You know, you do different priorities, different, you know, just in general. I'm driving around with kids in the car now all the time. You can't, you know, you just simply can't drink. It's always fun. It's so. Sorry, go ahead.
I typically don't drink when my kids are around. I don't even think I've ever had like a beer or something light. I usually do it when they're not around, when they're not home.
It's I think it's kind of important because kids, you don't realize it really, because like kids are picking up every little thing that you do, like every little thing, and they don't forget shit. You know what I mean? My parents, no, they're very, very clear. That's the thing. You'll never if you got kids, your head will never get too big. Right? They will always be like, "You ain't shit. What are you talking about? You're still the dude that sleeps in the other room over there." Like that's all there is to it. So, yeah. Big Red says, "Been there. I'm up past 11. I'm shot the next morning." Yeah. Well, so I mean, a lot has happened in the past year. Like, I was up to like 11:30 and getting up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock, and that went on for a while. And then one day I was like, oh, wait, I can't maintain this. I have been, but my body's telling me that I need to get more sleep. And so now I usually do clock in closer to six and a half hours. I try to get at least 7. And my doctor keeps really like insisting that like I am in really good shape. I just had my full workup at the doctor's, and things are going well, but they were like, you know, your neuroplasticity, you know, your heart needs to recover. Like these are the things at your age that you got to start worried about. So what I'm trying to do is any night I'm not podcasting, just, it doesn't matter how much I want to do this or that. You got to go to bed. That's all there is to it. But yeah. It's really like,
that's my struggle.
Like, well, for real. It's like, can I live? What do you mean? I'm living, I'm doing shit. It's not like, you know, you know, and I get it. There's just no way around it. It's like, you got to get rest, and it is what it is. But man, I wish there was a way, you know, okay, fine. I got to give up 3 or 4 hours a night. That's fine. I could do that as long as I knew, and I can handle the being tired part. It's, you know, when you have kids, you have to worry about your long-term health. So it's like, you know, fuck, what do you do? And so that's what I tell myself on those nights when I want to like come down here and fuck around, or go out into the shop outside and like clean up or pick up or, be productive in that way. It really boils down to, having the shop clean tonight is not important as being literally alive to parent your children, right? It's now that seems like an extreme way to do it, but when something like missing sleep, it accumulates in that way, you got to do what you got to do. So, yeah, for sure. If you how many, you got multiple kids?
2, yeah.
Two? Nice.
Yeah.
Teenagers, younger than teenagers? I don't want you to get too specific.
Daughter, teenager.
Nice. Okay.
Going on like 25. Son, he's
right.
still young.
Nice. That's what's up. I have twin daughters. They are 11, and they are right on that age where they see the older kids at school, but they still very much like cartoons and kid shit, which is great. I don't know. In this past couple of weeks, we've had some things where I really got some signs that I may have done something right along the way, which is good because you never know. There's no like thing that I did all the things I was supposed to do today as a parent, so I must have done a good job. There's nothing like that, and there's people are not around you 24/7 enough to give you an assessment, so to speak. So you really got to take advice that you can from people you very much trust, and do what your gut tells you think is right, and you hope in the end it all works out. The big thing, and I know we're supposed to be talking about toys, but real quick, the big thing is that's come around is tech, where kids today are just on my kids are officially on nothing. They officially have nothing. Now I have a computer that is a desktop that they can use for certain projects, like if they need to print something out, and then there's like this one program where they can create things, and I do now allow them to use the thing so they can make their own stuff on the 3D printer, but there's no tablets. They had a Chromebook that was coming home from school, and the people at school discovered, well, actually it was a parent that discovered, a friend of mine, that some of the kids were using this messaging board as a way to communicate with nobody, like their parents not knowing. And it was a whole thing. And just how my kids were handled that and how they were involved and everything was good. But the Chromebook now doesn't need to come home unless it's like a massive type of thing. And I don't know. I don't want to tell anybody how to parent, but if there's one thing that looks pretty obvious these days, and also every scientist that looks at this says, oh, no. You have to take, if you remember, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, they didn't allow their kids to have any tech. And those were the dudes that were making it, right? So Just try to remember that, y'all. It appears to be something I've done right.
Especially with girls, social media is leading to a lot of issues.
Well, girls already have.
I fought the hardest and the longest for my daughter not to get a phone, and eventually her mother caved, and she's 13, I think, for her 13th birthday. She got a phone, but no social media. She wasn't allowed on social media.
See, now I think that unfortunately there does have to be. You do have to. Because it's like that balance of do you want to ostracize them from their friends, right, at the risk of fucking them up ultimately? And what you're doing is you're rolling the dice in that when they get old enough and they look back and they go, thank God he did that. That we said all those awful things when he wouldn't buy us this or that. But like a phone though, that you can, that there's no social media. I think that as parents, you got to cave to that. That is the one thing where you're like, okay, now at least you can call us when you need us. There is that factor where, oh, hey, I'm actually going to stay after school longer today. They've got a pretty good system at the school where the kids can go and call, but it's kind of but yeah, as far as like the social media or any kind, because all like websites now are designed in that same way to hypnotize you. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. The internet, and I do have long talks with them about like that. I know I'm on this podcast and I know you see me doing stuff on my phone, but that's because I'm a full adult and it's still not good for me. Right. And so it's like, I know that. And when you're old enough to make that decision, that's going to be fine. But yeah, dude, yeah, it's just crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like I'm on Instagram, TikTok, X,
right,
doing multiple posts a day.
I have 2 accounts on the big 4 across the board, and I do really, the one that I pay attention to mostly is where Homebase is, and that's on Twitter with the community here. But it's just another jerk to stifles old man Chromebook rant. Yeah, that's basically what it was. But we really gotta you just really gotta watch out for your kids. That's all. You gotta protect them. And right now, every sign points to the internet as a whole is designed to corrode your brain. So, but yeah, it sounds like you're doing it right, brother. So, great job.
Except for YouTube, watch this.
Yeah,
don't cancel internet.
Right. No. You still like, subscribe, share. That's for sure. But just don't let your kids anywhere near.
Right.
Right.
Well,
that's fun.
What's funny, like a lot of times my son will be kicking back watching TV, like if I'm watching like YouTube stuff, and like he knows all these personalities that I watch or stream with, so it's kind of funny.
Nice. Oh, that's cool. That is fun. I get a kick out of sometimes somebody will send a DM and they'll be like, "Oh, I was watching and my wife heard you say my name and she got a kick out of hearing," because something like for my kids, they think I'm on YouTube. They think I'm like movie famous. They don't fully understand it quite yet. I was like, no. There's like 50 people that really know who I am. That's it. That's probably it.
They're fake anyways. We're real, right?
Right. That's true. I would say that there's probably a lot of truth to that. I know somebody that is quite connected into Hollywood, and every time he tells me a story about it, he's like, "Oh yeah, no, those people aren't real people. There's nothing in there." The actors, like, that's why they can fill that empty space with their character, and that's why they're good at that. But there is, when you strip the character away, there is a husk. There is not a person in there, and that's like, I'm sure it's not 100%, but like quite a bit of them, I would have to say. And plus you're up there, and I can't imagine maybe you have to make yourself that way, because the criticism that comes with the half the people are going to shit on every single thing that you do at best, right? And so I couldn't imagine what it would be like to deal with that. Big A Dave says influences are fake. Yeah, no, that's shit. It's all real. Big Red says Destro is the man. Don't let him fool you. He's the man behind the curtain. Yeah, right. That's funny. I am definitely the one making sure, pulling the strings. It's like, well, in true Destro fashion, I'm creating the chaos, but also offering the solution. Right? You got to play both sides. That's how Destro does it. Abby from Figure Fight Club in the house. What's up, my brother? Glad you could make it. Great additions to the show. I listened. When we were talking, you guys had Shogun on, and I was listening last night, and the announcement that in the wrestling show that he's going to be the new co-host. I think that's awesome. I don't know. I remember when we were all on. Christ, I don't even remember what show it was. It was one of the ones, and I was in the comments, or no, it was when we did the Power Hour. The gentleman that I did that with, my brother Jay Antonio. You definitely want to reach out to him and have him as a guest. Now, I hate to put it on you right here out live like that, but he's wrestling knowledge and he knows people and like stuff like that. So it's, I think I said something the other night, but just there was a bunch, we were kind of talking at the same time, just in case anybody didn't hear. I would definitely love it if you considered my brother for a guest spot on there to come in and say hello. Power Hour is fucking awesome. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. It was definitely a great show. I wish we could commit to doing it every Wednesday. I just have so much shit that's going on, especially right now with softball, but we will be squeezing it in when we can. Especially on the times where, like we did this on Wednesday and then the news about Lenny dropped the next day. And I was like, oh God, I definitely can't go on again tonight. It would be like 5 out of 6 nights in a row I'm on here for a while. And I just, got to draw the line. Like my family never says anything, but I don't want to get it to the point where they have to.
Have you been on a lot or been able to talk about that since that news?
I have not. I considered doing it, but I also felt like it was I didn't feel like being first on this was the way to go. I felt like we didn't know enough, and there would be so much speculation about that man's got to read all this shit. So I was just kind of like, not that we're not going to talk about it pretty much right now, but I don't know. I felt. Right. But we gave it a few days. We let it breathe. Plastic Fantastic in the house. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you stopping in, my dude. Everybody knows Plastic Fantastic from over on Instagram. He is the that 3D printing master who made the Terradrome. I think it came up on open mic night not that long ago, Tal, when somebody had showed the picture of it. Right. He did that, and he's done like an innumerable amount of like the vehicles. if I remember correctly, I think he said he did every single vehicle from like 82 to late 80 something. I think like every one of them he's made. And if they look as good as that, because to me, that's the definitive Terradrome, right? I've seen some other ones that are like maybe like a little bit, they're not quite scaled to 112 or something like that. Other ones that were printed and they just didn't look like that. So shout out to Plastic Fantastic. Turns out he's from my area too. He grew up across the river from me. So that's fucking awesome. Love to get you on the show sometime, my dude. Call sign Smash coming through. Welcome in. Glad you can make it. Homeboy's been dropping some fire toy photography lately. Love it. Love it. Orcizio says, any New York Giants NFL fans? Dexter Lawrence is being traded to the fucking Bengals. What?
I'm
Nah,
a Bengals
that's kinda-
fan, so I will accept that trade.
Yeah. Well, they lost a lot. I mean, already terrible defense. So, God, that's terrible. Yeah, I don't even want to.
Terrible defense, so maybe he'll.
Right. That's what I mean. Al, that's fucking crazy. Yeah. So since we're here, we might as well just get Ray onto that. You know, and I don't want to add to the hysteria. You know, there's a lot of like definitive ideas about what's going to happen, right? You know, people think Riptide O'Leary says printed a Terradrome. Bro, go Plastic Fantastic. You see how he spelt it right up there. Go find him on Instagram. It's amazing. He also does that fantastic toy photography as well. That definitely a must follow if you're on Instagram, 100%. You know, aside from speculating on why another grown man made a decision that's best for his family, right? You know, which of course we obviously all wish him the best. I hope whatever he does succeeds like a motherfucker. I'll be sure to buy something of whatever it is, even if I don't like it, just to support somebody making a move, doing something like that. Cause I'm sure that wasn't easy, right? That's one thing fair to kind of say.
And the other thing with this move, we knew there was going to be changes. We just didn't know who they were going to be, right? Because that's a trek for a lot of people. And if you're in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and you have to commute to Boston, let alone if you're not commuting, move. That's a dramatic change.
Right. I saw on a Facebook group just a little while ago, and I was kind of just cruising through. And that's why I just try not to stay. I try to stay off Facebook. It's just people are like, "Whoa, what's the big fucking deal? It's 40 minutes." And these are people who live on the other side of the country, and they're shit. Like, and it's like, dude, I mean, there's so many factors that, like, you have to know that you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things like we can say, sure. Now, granted, that seems to be one of the things that people that I know maybe are saying that the move was a big factor, right? If anybody's ever been to Boston and sat in that traffic, it's fucking awful. It is awful. To have your time, you know, if you're trying to get home to see your kids. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say it's one thing to be in 40 minutes of traffic in a big city, but Boston is like what, the 6th largest city in the United States. It's a little bit different than the majority of where most of us live, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if you haven't been there, it's the Big Dig. It had been going on for years. Boston's never been right. Like it's all I needed to hear was that he had to get it. Now, again, do I know exactly where the factory is? Do I know exactly or wherever? You know, no, I don't fucking know that. But it just seems like a fair thing to say that. Riptide knows about the massholes. It's just a fair thing to say that there's a lot of factors that we don't know, and the man made the choice that's best for his family. I think some people want to know whether we hate Hasbro now. You know what I mean? Like, is it something they did that, you know, well, yeah, they moved, that was bad for everybody. They moved the fucking company. Like, no, that's not good. And when did we ever, when did we ever side with the billionaires anyway? You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. Big Dave says, I'm from Chicago, can take an hour to, I hate it when that does that to me. Can take an hour to go from one side to the other without ever leaving the city. Yeah, 100%. And, you know, there's obviously the two factors, right? Where you're like, oh, I hope he's fine. and I hope he's successful at whatever he does, and I hope his family is happy with the decision, all of that. But then there's the other side after you've addressed that, and you say, well, what does that mean for us, as classified collectors? And I think that, the good news is that he had his hands in everything, all of this year, next year, and potentially even some stuff that we'll see in 2028,
We're good for at least a year and a half, right? And then with Lenny's designs. But
right.
We don't know who's taking over, right? It could be, I guess once we see a live stream on whoever takes over, and you kind of see if they have love for the brand. But
right.
It seems like here, at least with like the home brands, right? The Transformers guys are really good. You could tell they love the product. It felt like Lenny and Tony really loved the product.
Right.
BMAC, the marketer guy, a lot of times the marketers, they don't care about the product. They're just showing the products off, right?
Right.
But
right.
BMAC seems to be a Joe fan. He's claimed to be a Joe fan. So I think we're okay for right now. We'll just have to kind of like wait and see. It's like a lot of times on like my Transformer show, I'm openly critical against Hasbro, but not the people that design the stuff, because their hands can be tied when it comes to designing products at price points and have to stay within those margins. But I will I'll be critical to Hasbro 100%. I'm not critical to the designers. There might be some things I'm against, but there's stuff behind the scenes that we're not seeing on why they might have to shorten the accessories that are with the figures or
right.
They're not 100. The designers typically, I don't think they're 100% on those price points. So that's why I said I'll be critical to Bro, but I will not be to the designers as much.
For sure. I mean, I've always kind of felt that way, unless, of course, the look of the toy sucks. Then it's like, oh, the people that are designing this are just, and even then you still don't know if people are coming over the top of them and making them like, oh no, we think that we did a focus group and the neon Sonic fighters from 92 are going to sell more than giving us the rest of the ones from the late 80s, right? Because dude, do you know how many awesome figures that they have still? Like, holy shit. Like, I mean, they did almost everything, I think, up through 86 and then some from the later years, but dude, 87, 88, 89, 90 and some in 91 have dumb bangers. 87, 88, I feel like was a weird, or 87 was kind of a weird year, but 88 and 89 are full of some of the best G.I. Joes that they fucking made. So, again, there's a lot left. Now, Dave,
and I don't mind them dipping through the different years and not completing the year. I'm patient when it comes to this stuff. I mean, I just worry sometimes we won't get them all, but I mean, we've gotten lucky so far. Like, I think this was kind of like an experiment at first, right? Like, we didn't know what this was going to be. And where are we at? 200 plus on the line now?
A lot. Yep. Yeah. Right. I think we just went over, or we're at, wasn't Sundown 200? Is that what it was? Something like that. And that's not, well, that is including vehicles, right? They all got a number as well. So yeah, that's fine. But that's a lot. And I did say this, I mean, dude,
every vehicle had a figure though.
Right. Oh yeah, that's true. Dude, I have an absolute ton of figures down here, some of which aren't opened yet, some of which I haven't taken a photo of. So like if they stop making them, I would be good for a long time, right? The amount that I'd be able to go. But that's the thing, it's not ending, right? They're going to make a few more. And Dave brings up a point that was going to be, kind of like, I don't know, not my final thought, but my definitive thought is that I try not to worry about things that I don't know, right? And so right now, sure, I would say that the idea of it not being good for us, sure, there's warrant to that. But what a lot of people aren't saying is, is it going to be better? Doesn't seem likely that it would be better, but we could still get something that's very good. If somebody steps in and is like, dude, I think here's the direction that Lenny was pointing us in. I want to keep going that way. And then if it happens, I mean, I don't know. I think everybody can win here. Lenny can go on to be successful. The classified line could pump out another fucking 100 fucking figures, and we would love it, right? I mean, how many come out a year? Is it like 30 figures a year or some shit like that? 25 figures a year? 5 waves at 4 apiece, 20 figures? Yeah, we could.
I think they reduced the wave like counts to like 3 or 4, and now it's 5 figures per wave. So I think they took a wave out, but they added a figure to the wave.
Okay.
For every like mainline wave, we get a retro wave.
Oh yeah, right. And then are the legacy figures numbered or are they separate?
They're not numbered.
Yeah, right. So all the legacy ones are also there's four army guys, the special forces, the cop, and the whatchamacallit, the firefighter. So that's 7. Is that all of them? I think.
Yeah, and then typically the Walmart and the Target stuff are numbered typically. Right.
That's what's up. Real quick, I want to say what's up to the co-host of the Power Hour. It's Jay Antonio at the Bearded Sumo. He says came in to show everybody love. Destro, Talib, CG, what's up? Like button smashed. Oh, the WrestleMania's tonight? Holy shit!
Yeah,
I think you guys might have mentioned that last night, and I somehow missed that it was actually this time. But well, thank you for coming back and forth, brother. I appreciate it. Keep us updated with the Knicks game and with the WrestleMania in the chat if you don't mind. And we'll definitely take updates on WrestleMania. Who's the big? What's the main event at WrestleMania this year?
I think it's Cody versus. Oh, who is he facing? It's Roman's facing CM Punk. Cody. I can't remember who Cody's facing now. Oh, Randy Orton.
Nice. Well, I do recognize all those names, but unfortunately, I have been way out of the loop on wrestling for a long time. Shit, I may have to make a guest appearance on the wrestling show just to tell you guys a couple of the stories from. So, in what would this be? The early 2000s? Yeah. So, like the late 90s, the early 2000s. Me and maybe a dozen friends of mine. In our area, the Albany has a big arena right now. I think it's the Times Union Center. I honestly don't know. Pepsi Arena, maybe. It's been named like 10 different things since they switch constantly. Anyways, right behind the actual event arena is this giant parking garage that you can see the very back where if there's a concert, you can see the load in, the load out, and when there's wrestling, you could see all the wrestlers. Some of them would get out of their car and I don't think because they're getting there early. They were never in like their wrestling uniform, except there was the one guy, Big Papa Pump. I think that's who it was. Or no, who was the pimp? The pimp guy.
The Godfather.
The guy. Yes, thank you. He showed up literally looking like that. We lost him. Now listen, we used to get there at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. We would make steak and eggs on the grill, and we would drink all day. So by the time these guys were showing up at 3 or 4 o'clock, we were wasted. There was a couple times that some of us weren't even allowed in the arena. They were like, "Oh no, he's not coming in here." But yeah, and we were actually on the news one time. Anyways, there was like three events in a row before they finally were like, "Yo, this isn't happening. Like, don't come back here next year." Right. They had like security guards. They weren't allowing people. Well, and it was always we weren't yelling negative shit. We would always be excited when we would see them. We were like, "Yeah, like all this shit." And you could tell they liked it for the most part. Every once in a while, maybe somebody having a bad day doesn't want to do, whatever. We also, we were, and that was the one, I don't know if you remember, I'm pretty sure it was SummerSlam, where Stone Cold drove the Zamboni into the ring and jumped off and he beat everybody up and won. We were at that. I didn't have I blew my voice so hard from screaming that entire night. It was fucking, yeah. So, and believe it or not, there is, in fact, video footage of the very last one. And I don't think I'd ever be able to get my friends who were in this, literally none of them have one bit of social media. None. So they have told me, they're like, "Oh, yeah, sometimes when we get together, we watch you on Saturday nights, but we want to say something, but they can't figure out how to comment." Yeah, boys, I know you're listening. It's funny. No, there's probably one of them out there I'm sure could figure it out. But none of them are on social media. But anyways, we had some amazing times, and if I could ever get them to sign off on it, I would show you parts of that video because it's amazing. Right. I look very different. I don't think I had a beard then. Pop Cold Frenzy in the house. What's up, my brother? Talib, are you following Pop Cold Frenzy on Twitter. So
Yeah. Actually,
Okay.
I think I found him a while ago. I don't know how. but I
Okay.
found
Yeah, because he does an amazing service for all of us. Constantly letting us know where the deals are. I think it's fantastic.
I
Well,
I think I found that just I saw him randomly, so I make sure I have all of his tweets. I get alerts every time he tweets. So
nice. Oh, that's a really good idea. Also, speaking of like service and daily activity, our brother CG here is he's expanded because he used to just share all kinds of great GI Joe art and pictures and stuff, and he's now expanded to doing all kinds of 80s stuff. And I know I probably said it before, but brother, I love what you're doing with it now. It's great. He's actually he had like 2,000 plus followers, and he like doubled his following. In how quick did you do that, brother? That doubled in like 3 months, right, or less?
Yeah, it was really quick. I know I jumped like 1,000 in like 2 weeks.
on X,
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as I started posting more than just GI Joe art, it blew up. So I passed 4,300, I guess, this week.
nice.
Nice.
Of
That's great.
all the sites, X is the one I'm hardest getting followers on.
It's really hard. Their algorithm is so messed up right now.
Yeah, there's it's a discourse we've all been having. Like, hey, the one thing, and there's probably a lot of people in the chat that would attest to this. They just gave me back my voice message because, bro, Talib, imagine me trying to type this shit. That's why I send I can't type that out. I have my glasses on. It's gonna look like a child trying to write it. It's just forget it. And I can't type anywhere near as fast as I think. So I figured, you know what? And then, well, anyways, they took it away for a while. Like the app updated, and now I have to send these poor people. I'm sending them full videos of my face and everything, and just to try to communicate. But no, they gave me the little voice clip back, and everybody's happy for sure. But the algorithm is I wouldn't know how to explain it. There's times, so dudes that I interact with constantly, sometimes I just don't see their stuff at all. Like if I'm like, I'll realize like towards the end of the day, I'll be like, I didn't see a single thing from so and so, and I go to their page and there's 10 things they posted today, and just you're like, well, what the fuck is this? I do. So somebody, I think Snow Leopard. I think multiple people told me about you can put everybody in like a list, and then you can switch to just like looking at that. It would be like a separate timeline of people that you want. So I think I'm going to have to do that. Because, not that I like seeing new stuff or whatever from people that aren't necessarily in the community. I like that, but not at the expense of missing all of this shit that's like, dudes that I'm close with and follow all the time, and it doesn't pop up. Post consistently good stuff and you will gain. This is true, Pop. I do a lot of reposting of everybody else's stuff because I don't have time. Like I've done one new finished photography shot in 6 weeks. That's how 15 hours a week of podcasting will do that too, right? But the point being is just like I can't. I also like to make big, ridiculous dios, and those take time and blah, 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 blah. So also, before we move too far away, CG, did you have anything you wanted to add on the Lenny situation?
Yeah, I mean, I have my opinions on on why he's leaving, and I kind of feel like it's probably because Hasbro's moving out of Rhode Island. Maybe he doesn't want to move his family. I don't know where Boss Fight Studios is out of, but that was my first thought when he said he was leaving after 20 years. I mean, that's 20 years at a place. That's a lot of time, and
it is.
So
you know all about that.
I can't see him leaving on bad terms. Who knows? But I just figured it was because of Hasbro moving out of Rhode Island.
It seems to be the general consensus. Well, dude, I know this. I couldn't move my kids, right? My grandparents, their grandparents each side, they're like their favorite people. My kids would be devastated. Plus, they've established friends and like all this other stuff. I don't know. Pop Cult says Boss Fight is close to Boston, but they might offer remote work. Right. I mean, I'm sure there's got to be sometimes maybe you got to make the trip, but yeah, I don't know. I always said too, I doubt there's any way that Boss Fight is going to offer to pay him more money than Hasbro would. I I don't think so. But sometimes it's not about the money in that regard. Like I was in a position, I've worked for myself for 25 years, but there was a period in the middle where I had a government job that was not like a job. I didn't have an oversight, right? I just would ditch it. But I always kept the business. But anyway, at the end of it, I was there for 10 years. And I did subcontracting work first, and then it turned into I actually worked because the kids were born, and I was offered like an opportunity. I was like, you know what, this doesn't sound bad. I get this insurance. The business is still nights and weekends, and whatever. And then after X amount of time, I was like, oh yeah, no, I can't keep working like this. I need to. This is what I need to be paid, and they just couldn't do it. It was it's a whole long story, but anyways, sometimes you get to the point where you're like, yeah, no, I know some people may think with the retirement and this and that this is a dream job, but it's not, unless you're in that situation and know the ins and the outs of it all. It's really hard to say, and my brother, Dan Salcedo, curator Dan Collects, great channel, good friend. He said, he's like, we may never find out. There might be NDAs involved and we never know. And so that's another reason why I'm like, all right, obviously got to talk about it on the show. This is the biggest news in G.I. Joe, but at the same time, it's like, I don't really want to spend too much mental capacity. At our age, we have to be selective to what we're expelling the RAM on, right? Like there's only so much I can concentrate on at one time.
Streaming 6 nights a week, like content and stuff like that. Yeah, my brain's doing all right. That's what I think. I think the just the constantly being on the move and doing stuff is that I think that's part of the reason why I'm having issues sleeping. It's just because I am just constantly on the go.
So I feel like we're barking up the same tree because what happens is 8-9 o'clock I'm exhausted, but then all of a sudden, like, the kids go to bed and all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and I'm like, okay, it's only 9, I can do this, I can do that, and then I look and it's 10:30 and I'm like, oh man, I really got to get to bed, and it still takes me another 45 minutes, and I'm just like, how the fuck does this happen? And it's because my overriding thought is that I need to be doing shit. Like, I can't say enough, go lay down. Like it's funny that we're having this discussion because this has been hyper prevalent for the last 2 weeks, where I'm looking at it as it's happening. I'm like, I know I don't want this to happen. It's still happening. I'm inside myself watching it happen. I'm telling myself to just go to bed, and then I start doing something like, oh well, I didn't eat. Okay, oh shit, I gotta take my vitamins. Oh, all right, hold on, let me go check at the kids. Oh shit, let me run downstairs real quick. And it's just like, it's a psychosis almost. You know what I mean? So it's interesting that you struggle with that as well. Somebody suggested to talk to a doctor about it, but the problem is I'm so sensitive to any kind of sleep, anything, that I will literally just like, I will not wake up the next day. I'll sleep for 24 fucking hours. Dude, Benadryl puts me out like anesthesia. It's crazy. So I did think about that though. I have at times leaned on Benadryl like a couple nights in a row just to be like, because it's a dangerous game though, because if you don't fall asleep within like an hour, then it's really rocket ship. Like, it's really bad. It's like same thing with Ambien. You got to utilize that time and get yourself to sleep. But yeah, I'm convinced time has sped up. No joke, dude. Listen, days feel like they go really quick. Like there's no doubt about that. And I've heard that from people who always been older. They're like, yeah, the older you get, the faster the time goes. And it's like, well, that's not fair. This is when I really wanted to go slow. If it went fast when I was a kid, I would have never fucking noticed because I was just busy doing stupid shit all the time. But
it's like last night I got home and I was like, all right, I got home at like 6. I'm like, all right, we're going live at 9. Made my son dinner, hurried up and banged out like 3 or 4 like box unboxings and review, like just filming them. And
right.
And it was like 15 minutes before we had to be on air. So I was like, so then I wake up this morning and I'm like, oh, I got to make social media posts. I need to edit a video real fast so I can throw that up so it'll go up live next week. And it's just like, and then prepping for tonight's show. I was doing this morning, and then I wanted to meal prep. Typically I meal prep every weekend for the week, but I was like,
oh, nice.
Well, I just was too busy, and then my son wanted to play Fortnite, so I played Fortnite with him. But I'll meal prep tomorrow. I got plenty of time tomorrow.
That's what's up.
Usually how the days are, because I have like one more shelf on my main Joe shelf, and I wanted to dust it, and I just ran out of time. Like
For sure.
I have some lighting I want to put on that shelf back there. I'll eventually get to it. It's just there's other priorities.
That's it, brother. That's it. It is. I find lately it's been very difficult. Like, my kids are 11. There is very little bit of time left before they're not out of the house is close enough, right? I mean, the way the housing market is, I told them I will build an addition to keep them here until they've saved up enough to get their own house. Don't go pay $2,000 to live in a shitty apartment and never get ahead, right? Just stay here and save the money. But more so, like, they're still, by the time they're 14, they're going to have shit to do all the time. They're going to have, I think they do like being here. They like me. They like their mother. That is good. But at the same time, their priorities on that are going to change at some point. And so I'm trying to make sure that I'm squeezing every motherfucking minute out of that until that goes away. But within that comes, like, I have this room down here of shit that I've accumulated and I can't ever touch or play with. Like, I have to come down here and grab something sometimes, and I just go, like, I just want to grab something and say, don't play with it. The other day I came down, we were getting ready to go somewhere. I don't remember where. It was a weekend. We had to go somewhere on a Sunday, but I had gotten some stuff from GI Customs in the Fort Mods. So I had the Fort Mods down here, and I was trying to line them up just to almost like a pre-shot kind of thing to see how it actually looked. And I could have swore I was down here for 10 minutes, and my wife yelled down and she was like, "Hey, we got to go." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And it's like, I was down here for an hour almost, cause you're just, I get so little time. And I'm sure maybe everybody I've mentioned this to, it sounds relatable, that when you have time, I come down to the studio, and especially if you podcast, dude, I have to spend 45 minutes to an hour at least cleaning up before I can, like, say I can do anything. I'm like, dude, all my time down here, because I grab shit and I put it all right here to show or whatever, and then when I come down to do some photography, I mean, it's ridiculous. So it's tough. I'm also thinking about, the toys are always going to stay in here, but so my workshop it's good size, and I have these 2 shop tables. They're 4 foot by 8 foot each of them, and I think I can get away with making one of them the big dial room, because I don't have room to do. I finished that whole other side of the basement, so the family has taken over that. I can't set up the big table over there and leave the dial up for days at a time, which is what I need to do. I can't make it, fill it with the figures and gridiron weapons, and then take all the photos. It takes me 2 days to do all that. Like, I'm talking about if I do nothing but that for 2 days, and like 16 hours, no bullshit. I built the jungle on the other side right before it's huge. It was like 6.5 feet, I think, by 4 feet deep. And it was like 5 feet tall, and it had the foliage, a running river, the whole thing. I poured concrete to make the riverbed in the whole thing. And I wound up, I had to use like my portable hammer drill to break up the concrete. I went way overboard. I don't know how to, my business motto is overbuilt is underrated. So everything I do is ridiculous. And I was down here, I'm breaking it up, and I'm like, I'm never doing this down here again. Because I was under the crunch. I had to start the actual remodeling that side. And the first thing that had to happen was I needed to get that the fuck out of the way, because it, obviously took up this huge space. But yeah, just to kind of put a bow on that, like I think you're right. I think the issue is that I'm so used to doing all of this stuff and wanting to do all this stuff that my brain doesn't say, we're tired, we should go to bed, right? It's telling me, no, you're fine now. You were tired a little while ago. And I've also had to put I really should not have coffee after 6 o'clock. That's it. Like, if you have to stay up to do something, a podcast or whatever, fine, I can have the extra coffee. Like, I'm going to have some right now. But yeah, during the week, like, if there's no reason for me to, like, and I know this now. So it's like when 9 o'clock rolls around, if I haven't started something already, then I'm not coming down to the studio, because I'm going to come down here. I'm going to fumfer for a little while. And then by the time I'm set up and ready to start taking pictures, it's 11:30, and I'm going to take shit pictures because I can't even fucking see straight anymore. So it's like, I know that's like a nothing or all mentality on that, but to a certain degree, it's the new rule is, okay, if you think you can get some part set up that'll set you up to be able to do it tomorrow, and you can be done by 10, fine. Because once I do actually get into bed, it's lights out. I literally don't get through one page of a book or more than 5 minutes of whatever I put on my phone to that's it. I fall right asleep. And then I have no trouble sleeping. But like you said, getting my fucking ass into the bed is the problem there. But yeah, we're working on it for sure. Dave says, I took an hour to clean up and put everything away after recording the hour video, then another 30 minutes to edit, an hour to render, 15 you potatoes baked, 5 minutes to upload to YouTube. All that for a 1 hour video. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. And I appreciate you taking that time. G.I. Dave says, they make a good product, can't deny it. I think you're talking about the boss fight.
Yeah.
Nice. That's what's up. Yes, a boss fight with the Vitruvian hack line 118 and are now driving hard into epic hacks with 6-inch. I'm kind of down for it. Yeah. I'm sure whatever he does, it's going to be great for sure. Like I said, I'll wind up supporting just simply because, somebody going out on their own like that. I think that's a great fucking thing. We had some leaks recently. My brother, I'm sure you've probably heard some of those by now.
Yeah, I'm worried about the vehicles, all the vehicles. That's going to be some price points.
It's a lot, especially if they want.
I am all in on that water moccasin.
Right. Nice.
Oh yeah, definitely into the
All
water
in on all
moccasin.
this shit.
Yeah,
Sorry.
definitely. Yeah. You're interested in that water moccasin, CG?
Absolutely. Yeah, I love the water moccasin. I think it's one of the best vehicles. One of the best Cobra vehicles they made.
Agreed. I liked the shape. It was so sleek, and how Copperhead was positioned down behind that little window. And plus, I love that they had Destro in the gunner position on that, like on the box. They always had the craziest choices on the boxes, right? Like it would be. I mean, I loved it. I thought it was great, but it was just always interesting to see who they put in certain positions. Like anytime I saw Shockwave in one, I'd be like, "Oh shit, Shockwave!" I can't, because he didn't get no run in the cartoon or really like the comics till way later. So as a kid, when you saw him pop up, I was just like, "Holy shit!" Yeah, I do have to agree. There is a lot there, especially if now they're looking at something like the Despoiler being 110, right? So now, granted, that figure is a great figure, and it's coming with the swords and the shields and the whole thing. One thing I don't hear enough people talking about, so we don't have the wrist rockets, and I would rather have the wrist rockets on the Destro, but the shield has those lasers that take blast effects. So if he holds up the shield, you're still getting something coming off the wrist area, right? I wish they did. There's like this is I don't know if you have the Mezco Destro, but they have, so right here, this thing comes off and one will go on there where all three of these are launched and there's a blast effect.
Okay, yeah.
And also, for those of you with the Mezco Destro, because nobody told me, his other wrist has that. I accidentally found that today. I had no fucking idea. Look at that. It's like a little screen. I didn't know. Crazy. But yes, I mean, I'm interested, in that they got dudes like Voltar coming. I'll take all the Iron Grenadiers. You know what I mean?
The Annihilators. If they get to Annihilators, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Oh my God. I hope that they do. I mean, I would think so.
Light stands for half of them, and
right, absolutely. And I get excited for those things because I've seen what Classified's done with like the Scrap Iron drone, right? And you go, oh, they could probably do this and do this really fucking well. I think that would be really awesome. So yeah, shout out to the Interrogator. Hopefully and the Annihilator actually, that they get that they do get made. The one thing that stuck out to me, I'm looking at this list, I thought there was one that was stuck out to me. Oh, so the one that I wanted to mention again was, it was said, the leak was told as a stealth claw, right? Now, that's great. I'm adding my own little horseshit to it. The Trouble Bubble, the stealth Trouble Bubble that came out, has 788 on the blaster in the back. So I'm making this mental leap in hopes that the Stealth Claw is also going to have 788 on it. Dude, I would be so happy if that's the case.
I'll add another thing to it, and I even said it on Destro's My Spirit's Animal stream. There was, I think it might have been the Retaliation line. There was a Red Claw that had a Strato Viper that came with it. If they would put a Strato Viper with that Stealth Claw, because you know the Night Raven was kind of homage to the SR-71.
Right.
I don't see a Night Raven anytime soon, just because of how big that freaking jet was.
Okay.
In the 3.5 line. But if we could get a Strato Viper with a claw, I would be all in that. Because Strato Vipers was one of my favorite Viper designs.
100%. I think a lot of people would say the same. You know, that would be one of very few figures that I would accept, because I love the Cobra Claw pilot, that little female. I think that's a wicked underrated figure. That figure is amazing. I don't know what it is. It takes great photographs. Even though she's got small hands and arms, all the primaries still look reasonable when she shoulders it really well. All of that is great. But no, I would definitely take something different if it was going to be as dope as a Strato Viper. So I love the extension on that. And I also venture to say that, you know, just kind of like, you know, we may now have no indication on that, but I don't, you know, but I would go ahead and say that just because we haven't gotten a leak on something doesn't mean it's not happening, right? We get tons of shit, and that sounds great. Speaking of Night Ravens, so I had GI Customs on 2 weeks ago. Was that wasn't last week, was it? Nope, 2 weeks ago. And a very, very cool thing. He said, I had seen some pictures of it, so I brought it up. I was like, yeah, I think you recently made a Night Raven for somebody. Can you tell us about that? And it was 5.5 feet long, which is insane, right? That is fucking insane. It's
almost the length of the flag.
Dude, it's crazy. Now, just real quick, CG, my brother here, he made the drone, and this looks fucking amazing. This is incredible. And this is a husky piece, dude. There's weight to this. The inside also looks crazy detailed. Stupid good. Thank you again, brother. This is one of 4 vehicles he made and gave to me that were really, I'm ashamed to say I haven't had the chance to take any pictures with them yet, because that was the whole point. But yeah, no, thank you again, CG. I love that thing.
Oh, you're welcome.
I have it right here because every time I sit down, they're all right there actually, but I love looking at them. They're fucking amazing. There was hold on. I can reach the devilfish. So I'm going to show you this one too. Oh, look at how awesome that is.
So crazy that they haven't done that yet in the edition.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I probably never will. I mean, there's a few things.
The one they haven't made. I can't believe. The Armadillo, the mini tank.
Well, hold on.
I printed that too for him.
That was one of my favorites as a kid.
Came out so good. It's so awesome. Heavy duty with his big equipment sits like perfectly right on there. It's actually crazy. I'm still working on that. There's a little idea I had it, and I've lined it up, and I want to shave that top the tiniest bit, and then I think that equipment system sits right on the top, and he looks like he's driving his armadillo with this whole thing over the top of him. Because it's Nick's win. Bearded Sumo comes through with the update, and now the main event, Cody versus Randy. I love it. I don't get to watch too much sports anymore, but I am definitely a Knicks fan. I do like the New York Giants. I'm a Yankees fan, and I have a bunch of fantasy football teams. Which, if there's anybody out there, I was talking to. Oh Jesus. I think it was Orskizio. Yes, it was. I asked him if he played fantasy football. Now, me and Dan Salcedo are in a league with a bunch of people I know from the internet, and they're not Jejo people. They're just sports people. Putting the call out there. I would love to put together a 10-team redraft league for our, the toy community. I don't think there's a big demand for it, but there's got to be, out of all you people, all you motherfuckers, there's got to be 10 of us that are into it, or at least want to, right? Like if there was, at least if there was people who were willing to do it, I believe me, I'm so far out of the loop. I used to make a lot of money off of it. G.I. Joe took everything out, just like it did when I was a kid. I had other toys, And as soon as G.I. Joe came, it was literally sell those so I could buy more G.I. Joes. And then I would tell everybody that I knew from my family and everything, just like, no, please, just don't buy me anything but the G.I. Joes. And now when I discovered Classified, it's literally what happened again. I was in, I think like 16 fantasy football leagues. I got out of 5 right off the bat because I knew I was like, I'm not going to have time for all of these. The other 11, I had made commitments because they're dynasty teams. So I was like, I gave everybody like a 3-year heads up, basically. Like, I was like, this shit's changing. I don't care about this as much anymore. And then I was just about to start getting back into doing tool review and progress videos on Instagram out there. And literally everything changed. I opened up that Alley Viper and was like, what? What the fuck? And I wound up meeting the toy community. So the only social media that I was really on at that time was I was using an account, different account for fantasy football updates on Twitter, right? Because I was following all like the beat reporters, Adam Schefter, shit like that, and just trying to stay up on all the news. And then I must have just said the right series of things, or how the phone is spying on you, something like that. Right. And however it checks out. And then they just started showing me like toy photography. I was like, dude, I can take pictures. Yeah, I can take fucking pictures of this shit. And my original idea was to just have Shockwave and Alley Viper in an alley. I was going to build like an alley scene and just have, because they're the suburban, the fight for suburbia is with those guys, and got it all set up. And then I was like, wait, but I got to have more than one Alley Viper. I can have more than one, right? I'm like, yeah, I'm an adult. I can buy as many as I want. Well, 13 Alley Vipers later and 400 plus. I think I'm up to 450 now, as a matter of fact. I did a count the other day, and I still had some in the box, so I kind of rounded up a little. It's over 440, that's for sure.
You have 140 Alley Vipers?
No.
Are
No, classified figures altogether. No,
okay.
I've got... Yeah, no. The funniest part about that is you were kind of like, believe that was possible. That's funny. No, I mean, I did. I'm a crazy person with the shit that I buy. So no, the most I have 28 Python Patrol Vipers. That's the most of one figure. Then it drops significantly down to 13 regular Alley Vipers, 14 Crimson Alley Vipers, 13 Snow Serpents. And then I think there's like a bunch that are like around 8. Televipers, Techno Vipers, Frag Vipers. I'm trying to look at that shelf. Oh no, I've got I ordered 16 Night Vipers. I sent 2 to Destro as my spirit animal, and I'm sending 2 to my brother Jay Antonio. I still have to get those in the mail. I think 12 is fine. 12 is fine. I felt it was kind of an accident. I had placed all the orders on purpose, but I had meant to go back and cancel one.
You play the pre-order chicken, right? Whoever gets theirs in first, you cancel the other places.
100%. And that's funny. Matt from Mosmine said, I didn't even blink at the possibility of you having that many. That's funny. OG, no, I'm sorry, Orxizio. They are the retro Snow Serpent, right? Where it's not the deluxe. I only have one of the like with the wolf pelt. I have one of those and one Arctic bat, but then 13 of the Snow Troopers. Only one Snow Job. If they didn't get so expensive, I probably would have bought a bunch of them and just put different Joe heads so they could have all been kind of in the Arctic. Jay Antonio's got some great Arctic customs. He's it's like a whole squad. They all look great. One of which is the Snake Eyes too. Looks really cool. But yeah, as far as troop building goes, and I also this year I it was kind of like my original thing was 4. I was like, I want 4. 2, I can have 2, they can be even 2 on each side, especially with like, you could have like Cobra Commander in the middle and then 2 on each side. And it was like that for a while. And then I just kept seeing the Python Patrol Vipers were so cheap that they were like $13 shipped on eBay. And I was like, I got to buy that. And then I won a bunch from the Jeremy Kimberlin's great Facebook group, The Pit, in a raffle. I won a handful of them from that. My brother Rock Lockdown sent me a few at a ridiculously great price. And then I have a guy locally that I found on Facebook who, you think I'm crazy. This motherfucker had 4 hiss tanks, 2 rattlers, wings out. I think he had 75 original bats, the number 33 classified, that bat. He had 75 of them. He sold 25, and when I got there, he had 50, I think. And I got a handful of things from him. But yeah, no, that I one of the things that I got was it was 15 of the Python Patrol Vipers at $10 a piece. So 15 complete Vipers for $150. I was like, yes, please. And every time I go there, he would throw something at me. Like he gave me a Skyhawk, like a 3D printed Skyhawk, which, I got to glue it together still. And it's a little small when you put the figure in, but if you put it in the background of a photo, it's money, that kind of shit. Just a bunch of different shit that, like, he would, what was the other thing? He gave me an autographed picture of Zorana, autographed by the lady who is the voice of the zoo. Yes, thank you. That's correct. And it was autographed by him. So it was sweet. I'm actually sending that to Birdman, which is one of the guys. He's on Destro is my spirit animal every now and again. So, yeah, very good. Well, since we're already hitting 9:15 here, I'm going to just get into a few questions about. So, I know you from Figure Fight Club, and I know you've showed me, and we've talked about a whole bunch of G.I. Joes that you had, especially like that Plastic Journey. I remember we talked about a bunch of different figures. Did you consume G.I. Joe as a kid?
Yep. My early memory was the cartoon. Like, I was at that age, like, so what, I was born in 1980. So when it first came out, 84, 85, I was between 4 or 5. So I couldn't read. I don't think I could read at that age.
Right.
The cartoon was my main source of
Nice.
of entertainment, and I have yet to read the comics.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, I was similar in that I didn't have access to the comics. Like every once in a while, I would find one on a rack somewhere, and I would get it. So I was not that heavy into the comics until. It's somewhere along the way. So I used to make these trips to visit with my grandfather down. He had family in Pennsylvania, and there was this store. It was like a collectible store. And I remember the second year I went there, and I was like, yeah. And I told him, I was like, yeah, they don't sell these where I am. And he's like, weren't you here like last year? I was like, yeah. When I came back that third year, he had a stack of G.I. Joe comics for me. I don't even know if he charged my grandfather. It was just like a stack of them. He was like, here, take them. And so like I actually still have them. But right now, if you're interested, because let me tell you something, it started with my brother Conrad Hauser sending me the number 1 issue of G.I. Joe, right? He sent me the number 1. I opened it to read it, and I was blown the fuck away. I hadn't read any of these in I don't know how long, and I was like, oh my God, I forgot how good this was. Because like even as a kid, like maybe some of the technical terms were a little over your head, but at the same time, it was like, oh shit, this is incredible. So when I got into it, then I read that and I was like, oh, I have to do something to get this going here. I need to read these comics, because I also felt it might help me with taking photos, or I'm doing all this G.I. Joe content. Maybe it would be good if I had the story, which is, I'm purely Sunbow. Like I know front to back, forget it. Like I used to watch the shit out of that. I have like a Rise Serpentor Rise. I could probably recite it off the top of my head, every single episode of that. Just I had it on a VHS and I melted it by watching it so much. But the comics, I was largely, gone, like it's clueless. And so there was many dudes who tried to. I know Truckin' and Truckin' sent me a link. My boy Stevie Z sent me a little. I actually have it right over here. A USB drive with like all the episodes on it. And I'm like, I'm on my phone so much I can't. I can't, the laptop, whatever. And then I saw the compendiums. Now I know they're having the new campaign for the expensive one, but you can go on Amazon and the original, like the paperback version where there's like the comic paper, bro, they're like $35 a piece. And if you watch, every once in a while they drop down to $29.99. You can get, what is it? I think it's the first 100 edition or first 100 issues for $60. That's not too bad. So, very interesting that same with me, where it was all Sunbow. Any standout episodes or miniseries for you in that?
So I remember I had a VHS that had the episode, I think it was called Red Rocket Glare.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
when Roadblock went to visit his parents.
Yep.
The new fast food chain,
Yep.
and they were
Yep.
all basically missile silos for Cobra.
And they were doing that also as like the whole thing was a ploy too. So you had the extensive enterprises, sleazy businessman aspect to it. It was crazy. It's a wild ass episode.
Yeah, that one was a favorite. But then, like you mentioned, the Rise of Serpentor Rise. What was it, like a 5-parter, right? You got to watch that.
I think
all
so.
throughout.
Yeah, I think that was 5 or 6.
5. They always did 5 episodes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's what's up. And if you think about it, it's just a bonkers fucking thing for kids to watch. They're doing the DNA of the most horrible people ever. Like,
Right.
have you ever seen the Destro is My Spirit Animal, the video he did on Serpentor, where he's like, oh, God, yeah, if you like that his videos, then you have to watch that one. It is hysterical. He just will tell you these facts and like he has these cuts where he comes in and says like, yeah, Serpentor was probably a really sick fuck. Like, and he just talks about it in a practical way. They're like, if you made somebody out of these horrible people, he'd have Rasputin's horse cock. He's the most prolific rapist in history, which is Genghis Khan. Just hilarious. If you haven't seen that, you absolutely have to go watch it. I do love that dude's content. When I say glowing things about his stuff, it's not just because he's nice enough to have me on the show all the time. It's because I'm so excited to be on because I love that shit. It's very good. It's like the best Joe content you can find. And also any of the other stuff he does is great too. There's that. I always use this. He tells me he didn't get a lot of views, but he did the deep dive on predators. The Predator, dude, is fucking amazing. I didn't know they had a name. They're called Yautja. So like in 30 minutes, I left with like 12 facts about them that I had no idea about. And it was amazing. It was excellent. So hopefully, I'm sure everybody in here absolutely has to be subscribed over there by now. But if you're not, make sure you go check out all his shit. It's the best. Yes. Rise Serpentor Rise. But the one that I also think I may have had a VHS tape too was the original, the Mass Device, right? Like that very first episode. One of the articles I wrote for the awesome Serpentor's Lair was about the first whatever that was when it right from the beginning of the intro song into the first scene of Mass Device, then the next scene where Destro rolls up and he pulls the hood back and that slithering snake stiffens up and he sticks his hand in it and shit. Dude, I remember vividly my mind being blown into 50 billion pieces. Like that shit hit like a freight train. And I've always kind of said in another article, I had always kind of said how like, I think G.I. Joe unlocked something with my imagination in my brain. Like I can remember that part as being a kid. And I remember after having watched it, like He-Man didn't do that. Any of the other cartoons that were out were fine. But I specifically remember like feeling like the chemical run into my brain, like when watching this fucking G.I. Joe, whatever, I don't have the perfect words to describe it, but it's definitely like, I remember that feeling. I remember being like, I was emotionally tied to it. And it like the entrance or the exit music, you know, where it was the horns and they're showing the cut of all the different scenes. And for whatever reason, like when I was a kid, I used to get not sad, but I'd be like, oh, because the episode was over. I love that shit that much. It was fucking, totally bonkers. Red Rocket's Glare though is a good pull. I think that's like episode 6 or 7, which, and what I mean by that is they did the Mass Device first, and then it was like Cobra's Revenge or the Revenge of Cobra, and then whatever the Pyramid of Darkness was. So it was 3 miniseries in a row, but then they went to individual episodes. And I think the first one was More Adventures of G.I. Joe or some shit. But Red Rocket's Glare was like the 7th of the individual standalone episodes. Dude,
crazy thing to think, it was like one 20-minute episode on one VHS. It's like 2 or 3. They were splitting those bitches up to where you had to buy them all. If you wanted to buy every episode, you had to.
100%.
I can't. What was the one where they went to an alternate reality? That one's a really good one too. But
Worlds with no end. Worlds without end.
Yeah,
that was very well written.
That's insane, bro.
It was probably too intelligent for my child brain when I watched it the first time.
So I remember and today I've watched it somewhat recently, and I kind of still feel this way. It's an amazing exchange because Steeler is the one that's having this existential crisis, right? Like about, oh, we fight Cobra over and over again, and it doesn't matter. You as a kid, you don't understand what's going on, but you can clearly tell he's in distress. Dude is like bugging out, and there's this exchange that he has with Barbecue. So he's sitting there and he's like saying to Barbecue, all this stuff about, this and that. And I just wake up every day and I feel like it's the same all over again or something. And Barbecue just trying to relate to what he's saying. It's like, oh yeah, buddy, I get it. Sometimes it's real hard, but you got to do what you got to do. And then Steeler's like, yeah, you're right, man. This isn't worth doing it. Like, I don't even want to get up and fight at all. And Barbecue is like, oh, hey, buddy, that's not what I said. And then like General Hawk comes in over the top of him finishing the sentence of like, buddy, that's not what I said. I was just like, yeah, bro, it sucks. And you're like ready to quit life. Like, it was very, very crazy. If you haven't seen that or haven't seen it in a while, it's in like the beginning of the episode. Go find that exchange. It's like crazy for a kid's cartoon. Big Red says some of the best episodes were in those early episodes of the first season. Brother, I kind of have to agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm watching those right now. So I do like a good morning post. So I cut out from commercial to commercial. I post one every day. So I'll get through an episode every 3 days. And these first couple episodes, these are the ones I really remember. Like season 2, I remember watching them, but it's not, I don't know. It was just prime time. Like, I think I was so into the toys that when the cartoon came out, I was like, my soul and existence was so ready to accept it that it just like, it hit like a freight train and actually delivered.
What was the one with the blob? I remember that one a bit too.
The germ.
Ooh.
The germ.
The germ, yeah. I think it was a Cobra Lab that they attacked, and the germ just as more as it ate, it grew and grew and grew, and then they beat it with the cyanide, little bits of cyanide that are in apple seeds.
That's right. Yeah.
And
God.
Because didn't it go over like an apple orchard and it like stopped, and then that was where they learned.
I think it ended up splitting in two at one point, and so Airtight goes in the germ, and then they show all this in the germ, even like eels that were like eaten by it are there, and that was a pretty good episode.
And that there's like the Energon is in that too, right? Or that's the blob. It's the germ itself is that big purple mass.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I pulled it up real quick because for some I think I was confusing it with something else. Yeah, there's Airtight. What was the movie with Interspace? With was it Dennis Quaid? They shrink him to go.
Short. Yeah. Interspace.
And Martin Short. That's it. There he is. Yeah, there's Airtight. Underrated character and figure, man. I loved Airtight. I recently scored a absolutely minty 3 3/4 Airtight. So I am all about classifieds, but what I'm doing, Talib, is the 3 3/4 figures that I remember having and I was obsessed with, I was like, I can get those, right? And then if somewhere down the road I want to get other ones, it's fine. But I thought maybe I should represent, what really had this all going, and that was getting those figures. And I think I've got a dozen of the ones. Off the top of my head, I know I need a Beachhead, a Hit and Run. No, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but yeah, I know I need those two. A Destro and a Snake Eyes, but the Snake Eyes are so expensive. I'm probably just gonna pass on that. Yeah, whenever I do lists, I always leave Destro and Snake Eyes off because they're above the list for me. Like, yeah, I don't want to take up to me, they're just so obvious favorites of just about everybody, right? Like right. I being Destro, obviously, but like even a lot of people that I talk to are like, Destro is one of the ones that, because he was that first figure that looked so different from the rest, and it grabbed my attention. Like, I can remember seeing the 82 figures and being like, they just look like a bigger army figure. They were green. I don't know. It didn't quite hit. But when I saw that Destro and the version 1 Snake Eyes, I don't know how that worked out, but they had them right next to each other. And then there was one was on top of each other, and there was like 6 other figures that I only got those 2 the first time, but yeah, dude, those 2 really grabbed my attention and they never let go. Did you have favorite figures characters?
Probably one of my, like the one that I can like remember. Like there was a lot of like the early stuff that I liked, like, but there was something about Captain Gridiron. I don't know what it was. Like maybe it was the hokey ass football grenades, this big ass gun with the missiles on it. It was like he was kitted out with all kinds of accessories, and for like a $3 or $4 figure, whenever that came out, like it just felt like you got a lot.
Right.
It's like I remember, like, I think Airtight was my first figure. Now that you mentioned Airtight,
That's awesome. That's awesome.
there was just something about Captain Gridiron.
Ooh, I like it. I mean, I think he was a damn cool figure. I played all the sports, but football is definitely my favorite, right? And I remember when Captain Gridiron came out, I thought I was happy that they were incorporating it, and I thought they did it. It didn't look cheesy. It looked awesome. So that's fantastic. Yeah, great call. Big Red says, at Destro Designs is slowly amassing a huge 3 3/4 collection. I'm just distracting everybody with my classified obsession. Yeah, well, listen, I'll be honest with you. I am finding that even though, like, it's I guess when you're obsessed, this is what obsession is. Like, I would love to have every single 3 3/4 and classified, one on a card on the wall and one to play with, and then, I mean, I don't know if I would need to troop build with 3 3/4 figures. Is if I had them all to display, that would be great. Like one in the box, one not in the box. Sure, that would be awesome. But yeah, I little things like we got the retro carded collection. You buy one to open and one to keep in the box, because the retro cards look like, what we had as kids. So if I ever get the wall space, boom, that's what I'm going to get. And then when I first started collecting the classifieds, I was like, oh, I wonder, now that I'm here, like, what is up with the other figures? And I went on eBay, and there was a guy that had, I think it was like a dozen of the 25th anniversary edition 3 3/4. They had the 25th anniversary ones, basically, right, which were somewhere exact replicas. They created the new ones, like the Paraviper with the hoses and like all that kind of shit. I had this guy I was showing somebody, like this guy. So he had a dozen of them, and it hit all the notes, all the ones I wanted. I was like, holy shit. And I reached out to him and I was like, hey, I'm looking at these 12. He gave them to me at a crazy deal. I think I paid like $12 a piece. It was like $140 for 12 of them, something like that. And I was like, okay, I got to get these. And then I was actually on Poshmark, which I usually get to get work clothes, because I wear expensive shit for work, and it's cheap when you find it new with tags on this Poshmark place. But anyway, there was a guy who had like 6 of them, and I put them all in a bundle and made him an offer, and he accepted it. And I was like, holy shit. So I've got like 20 something carded 3 3/4. I have this wonderful Scarlet Snake Eyes package that my brother, just another jerk, sent, that I love having that up there too. And then the retro card bin. And then somewhere along the way with the classifieds, I started going, like, especially the ones that have the open clear window, I just started buying an extra one to keep of those too. So it's just, it's a madness when I step back and you look at it. Like, I came in here the other day and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. You know what I mean? Like, holy hell. But it makes me happy. I literally walk in here and I feel like I'm levitating. You know what I mean? So can't go wrong. I felt like that sort of with the tools. I have a shop full of tools, and that was fun. I'd go out there, I'd make stuff, whatever. This is a completely different thing. This is not that. That was a fun hobby. This is a full-blown, to the core of my soul, obsession. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's kind of not. It was laying dormant for a very long time. By the time I hit 11 or 12 and they started making the neon 90s and I started kissing girls and smoking weed, it was a wrap. It was really hard to contend with that,
So then once classified hits the neon 90s, then you're going to go all in, because you looked out on them when you was a kid, right?
I have a different appreciation for them now. Like, that's for sure. But also at the same time, there's like a level of trust that classified keeps coming out with shit that's like, so like there was so much that I didn't think I was going to like that I don't just like, I love. Like that Mad Marauders Spirit and Low Light 2-pack that they got going on there. I looked at that, and part of it was the original colors of those figures are iconic, and I love them both. That I just like, I was like, I can't look at it. I can't look at this Mad Marauders 2-pack. And then somebody had taken this picture. It wasn't a promo shot. It was somebody else had took a shot, and I was like, damn it, they're fucking good, aren't they? And so I found they went on sale on Pulse actually for cheap, whatever it was. So I ordered it, and as soon as I got it, I think it's the quickest I ever took something out of the package and put it right in front of the camera, because I was like, dude, these figures are fucking amazing. Like the low light, maybe not as much, but the spirit is just like I can't believe they found a way to make him look damn near as good as he does with the blue shirt and the regular. And
but that's one thing I want to kind of go back to the Lenny thing. Like that's probably the thing I'm going to miss Lenny not being on the line anymore. He took like dopey ass vintage characters like Crystal Ball and Raptor and made like legitimate cool action figures out of them in the modern.
Like, dude, that Raptor is amazing.
Yeah, Raptor I think is one of the best ones.
Yep. Right. Crystal Ball was technically figure of the year. Like holy shit.
So I want to see some freaking hot pinkish purple on that Voltar.
Yes.
Sending that character off as he's left the company. But yeah, that's the biggest thing, like with the classified stuff, like just what he did to make those hokey characters look cool. And even the Ninja 2-pack, like a lot of people are like, oh no, we're going into Ninja Force, and some of them extra bits those guys come with is pretty badass.
I just opened these. Yeah. Like holy hell. Like what?
I really like and when you put like that big Raiden hat on him and everything, like he looks really, really cool.
Yep.
Is this is Slice or is this one Dice? I don't know. Is this the one? Because this looks amazing. Okay.
Yeah, put the hat on the red one.
Yep, that'll do. I had a hard time getting. I think that was the trouble I was having the other night. I was trying to get the hat on the dude with the neck thing, and I couldn't do it at the same time. But yeah, that's elite action figure shit, right? Fucking
and then what they did, like Budo wasn't a dopey figure in the vintage line, but my God. Being able to put like a traditional samurai armor on, and then his more like modern, like what you would think he would wear if he looked like a modern military samurai guy.
Yeah. So he's amazing. He's amazing. We did a thing. Jay Antonio a while back, moving towards the end of last year, he said something in the comments one time about that. He thought that the Night Force Quick Kick was his favorite figure. And I was like, I had never heard anybody else say that. What does everybody think? Because now I want to hear, because I love hearing, like, there's this one gentleman, Cletus a Cobra, like the Stinger driver is his favorite 3 3/4 figure. He thinks it's the greatest figure they ever made. I love that he likes that, right? Just like a off the beaten path of what most people, it's not Snake Eyes or Destro. It's just this other figure, and I love that he loves that. I think that's awesome. But yeah, they definitely took and made some pretty ridiculous figures that maybe. But so I think I posed it on the timeline. People answered. I wrote it down and we talked about it on the show. And what I did was I said, name your top 5 figures. And so for 5th place, you got 1 point. 4th place, you got 2 points. 3rd place, you got 3. 2nd place, you got 4. 1st place, you got 5. And the winner of that was Budo. There was other figures that were up there. I'm trying to remember. I think Crystal Ball was 3rd or 4th. Oh man, I'm really drawing a blank. I remember there was a couple of things that stood out to me. Not one person said Frag Viper. I thought that was weird. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on what the hell it was. Oh, Brother Cal is in the house. What's up, my dude? Glad you can make it. Original Ninja Force was garbage. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Hot garbage at fact too. Voltar is magenta. Yes. Give me that magenta. That's what I'm talking about. Dave says classified lines is just a glow up for our childhood toys. Well, that's what made them great, right? And I always refer to Scrap Iron and Tripwire because they look exactly how they did, but it's boom, an explosion of fucking awesomeness. Like you'd have to go through and pinpoint every slight change, but the upgrade to scrap iron drone, it's perfect. Obviously, it's not going to look as detailed as a gridiron drone because you want it to be like affordable. And so that's what we got. And I think that was great. Tripwire came with all that other stuff. I don't know, man. I just think was all totally awesome. And, 2026 has some big shoes to fill because 2025 was banger after banger after banger after banger of good shit. Like when we were looking at those figures and I was going down my own list, I was like, all right, I'm going to write them all out so I can, try to, and it was like almost impossible. I was like, my top 5 has like 13 figures in it. You know what I mean? It's like impossible not to mention this one with that one and things along those lines. Well, yeah. So, I mean, again, it's going back to the Lenny thing. Let's just hope we can kind of keep moving in that proper direction. Cal says, is downstairs not underground? Yeah, right. It's funny. Sometimes you get so far behind the chat, you miss out on some fun stuff. Well, one of the other things, so you definitely love G.I. Joe, and I'm glad that you enjoy it in the same way that I do for sure. But you also really like Transformers.
A little bit, yeah. Collect them.
Little bit. So what I found was interesting, when I heard you talking about that there's like multiple different lines making what is in essence the same exact figure. So wait, there was already different versions of the original by like Hasbro, right? And then there's different companies making the different versions of these things. So it's
right.
Like the math is insane on this.
So you have Hasbro that owns the rights of Transformers or whatever. They're the company, but then there's Takara Tomy in Japan, and they kind of like share it, right? It's a shared like license.
Okay.
But then you have a lot of what we call third-party companies that make unlicensed figures, like this guy right here. This is Fans Toys. This is the Hook. I don't have the rest of it because it's not all the way out yet. But this is like
okay.
Scale. So let's put it next to Classified. You can kind of.
Oh shit! Style. Okay.
So he's
wow,
he's gonna be a pretty big boy.
That is a big boy.
But so Takara started out with a Masterpiece. Some Hasbro did it as well, but Masterpiece are a lot bigger scale. But yeah, you have multiple third-party companies out there that make unlicensed products.
A lot of them,
go ahead.
How do they get away with that? Like,
they're in China.
Oh, okay. Got it.
None of it's domestic. The other thing is, I almost feel like Hasbro lets these third-party companies get away. One, because they're in China and it's really hard to regulate anything like that. And then the other thing is, I just think they got other things going on that they just don't have the time to try to put money into breaking these companies up. The only time there was like a really big issue was there was this one company, it was called Wujiang, and they did a lot of KO stuff. And they started KOing Disney properties, Iron Man. And the mouse doesn't like when you mess with their properties. And they raided that factory and put the kibosh to that. And but Wujiang's still around. I think they just changed their name and opened up another factory. So
nice. That's what's up.
I think that's part of it. But I prefer third party because one of the reasons I like Masterpiece stuff, and Takara is really not making Masterpiece scale. So Masterpiece can range anywhere from 8 to 10 inches depending on the character. And that's what I just kind of started building. One of the other things that's nice is a lot of times Hasbro doesn't really do this with Classified as much, but with like Marvel Legends or their Transformers, you'll have a really good representation of that character. Then 3 or 4 years down the road, you'll have an even little bit better representation of that character.
Christ.
General improvements. And with Masterpiece third-party stuff, I buy one and I'm done. So like that Devastator, once I build the Devastator, I won't need another Devastator. Now I might need individual Destructicons to put on the display by themselves, but most all my Masterpiece stuff, once I get one, I'm done. There's really no like better version, or if there is, it's not better enough to justify buying another one. But I mean,
That's
you're
what's
paying that upfront. You're paying that upfront cost, right? Like that hook cost right around $180-$200. So I
Okay.
mean,
Damn.
you're paying that upfront cost, but you're not getting nickel a dime later down the road by buying another one.
Right. That I mean, I think that's got to go a long way, especially if you know yourself and how if another one comes out, you know you're gonna fucking want to get one. Then maybe you go. So it's Masterpiece is the one that is a one and done. They'll make this one fucking great one, and then you don't have to worry about it. I love it.
Right.
I love it.
There's like 3 or 4 like third-party companies that are making them. So I mean, that's the other thing. You might have to decide which one has better quality. So I've been in it long enough. I've kind of known like what companies like Fans Toys is one of your better ones. Masterminds Creations is really good. X Transbots makes things that look good, but they're shit designs. A lot of times they're overcomplicated and have QC issues, but they look so good. That's the only bad thing.
Right. And so do you have a favorite out of all of them, or are you kind of just like, if you like it, you buy it, sort of
like a favorite company?
Favorite line necessarily? Yeah, right. Like a favorite company that makes one.
So it'd probably be Fans Toys. They consistently make high quality products.
That's what's up. And, and when you're spending money like that, man, you don't want to have quality issues. You don't want to be on the phone. You don't want to have to mail something back. Just fucking send me the right thing. Make it good and let's go. Eric Wart in the house. What's up, my brother? Glad you can make it. Appreciate it. And what about actual? Well, let me ask you this: did you consume Transformers as a kid, like the snuff film that they had as a movie, or anything like that?
The movie I have a lot of memories of, and just like with G.I. Joe, because a lot of times those aired back to back. Even like with G.I. Joe movie and Transformers the movie, I remember watching it for the first time when it was the 5-part series when it aired with the show.
Okay.
I watched Transformers the same with G.I. Joe. The other
That's
thing,
what's
like,
up.
As a kid, like my grandmother was a avid garage sailor. Like she would go to garage sales like crazy, and that's where I got most of my toys from. That's how I got most of my G.I. Joes. Transformers were still exclusive. A lot of times you could get she would find Transformers at garage sales, but most of the Transformers, they have a lot of small pieces, so a lot of times they weren't complete. Well, even Joe did the same way, but
same thing, right. Yeah, no, I got as I got older, like 9, 10, and then right before I got out of it, I was garage sale fucking maniac, bro. I got a Terradrome. Same thing. I had grandmother's, aunts, anybody if you see it, just buy it. I'll give you a lawn mowing money for it. My family was always very good. They always took care of me and respected my obsession, and generally almost bought that shit. So who's your favorites? I mean, I think everybody likes Megatron. Everybody likes Optimus Prime. Did you have like secondary favorites other than those fuckers?
My favorite's probably Springer. He's the green guy that's a triple changer that's in the movie. You can change from a helicopter to like a roadster or whatever, like an off-road car.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. That's cool.
It was like the best line in the whole movie too, where I got better things to do tonight than die.
Right. Yeah.
Nice. That's what's up.
But yeah, that would probably be one of my favorite. And then he had a really good run with the IDW comics.
Okay. Yeah, I hear amazing things about the Energon Universe comic books. Everybody whose opinion I respect says like nothing but the most glowing things about it. That it's really that good. So it gives me hope for the show. Now, if you were to ask me, I'm a person that I don't want them connected, because when I think about G.I. Joe and Transformers, I can't get it out of my head that, okay, so the show lasts about 6 minutes, the robots kill everybody, and then it's over, right? Like what are we talking about here? But apparently they've created a world where this works. It's funny, like as a whole, just kind of like a slight off topic. it's funny what different people decide to draw the line on with G.I. Joe, meaning like, look at all the oddball crazy shit that they have, right? They have vehicles where the dude's right out in the front, like with no protection whatsoever. And that doesn't bother me at all. But if you give me a quick Night Force quick kick that doesn't have a shirt on underneath his tactical vest, I will lose my motherfucking mind. I don't know what it is. Like that's just like shirtless dudes. I'm just like, why are they doing this? Put a fucking shirt on them. I actually ordered. What's that?
I believe the term you need to follow is suspension of disbelief.
Yes, no, absolutely, for sure. And it's weird how I think there's another. Suspend disbelief. That's what it is. I thought there was another one. That's not. But it's just interesting where you can be okay with this bit of insanity, but something as simple as like this dude doesn't have a shirt on, and I'm like, no. If that's it, I can't do it anymore. Like, put a shirt on.
Like in the cartoon series, when the Quick Kit was first introduced, he was in like the Arctic with no shoes on and no shirt.
Right. Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. To me, that shit was crazy. I never liked Quick Kick. I thought the shtick as a kid, I was like, this is stupid. This dude's stupid. I don't know why. It just. He was. Well, he was a dipshit. Meaning like I remember he brought that girl Amber into the Cobra base or to the G.I. Joe base, and I was like, what is he doing? Because back then girls had cooties, so it was really strange. Cal says, hot take, never paid attention to Transformers. Well, Cal, one of many things. I also, G.I. Joe had a lock on my brain, right?
Yeah. I
don't know what it was about Transformers when I was young. I don't know if it was I look back and I try to think about it. And all I can think about is the talk. I didn't feel the connection with the talking robots as I did with the people of G.I. Joe. That's the only thing I can come up with. Because, dude, when you look at something that like Megatron had the voice, he transforms into a gun. There's a lot of things that on paper I think about and I go, oh, this is awesome. Except I don't know. It just didn't hit me that way. Plus, like I really can't stress this enough. There was no room for anything else besides G.I. Joe. Once G.I. Joe came to town, that was it. Everybody else can get the fuck out. This is my house now. And that's what happened. So Cal, we are I was all G.I. Joe. Now I did like Voltron, I thought was cool. I don't think I could have got Voltron anyway, because I know those toys were expensive. My parents definitely didn't have that. And Transformers also expensive, as you noted, for sure. Captain Power was like cool. I had one Captain Power figure. That was it. He-Man was what I had until G.I. Joe came, and then all them fucking toys were gone. I didn't even want to see those half-naked men again. That was it. I didn't care. I feel like there was maybe... Oh.
There was something about He-Man where I had a butt ton of them, and I didn't like them. And whenever either my grandmother or my mother got rid of them, I was like, sayonara.
That's what I'm talking about. It was like what we had, so I was okay with it, but then I'm not interested. I get sort of nostalgic when I see the new stuff that's out. I'm like, oh cool, I'm glad they're making it, but I don't want it whatsoever. Actually, I could see if I had the money in the wall space, I wouldn't mind a small, because I did collect them when I was a kid, right before G.I. Joe. But yeah, I could live or take it. I'm trying to think. I also thought Mask was kind of cool because it was like G.I. Joe, but with transforming things. And I was kind of like, this is nifty. And if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure we talked about this not that long ago, but like the figures were smaller than the Joes. It just didn't scale right together because I had the, CG, I know you probably know the story. Or is it Condor? That's the motorcycle that turns into the helicopter. Is that which?
Yep.
I think it's Condor. Okay. So I did have that one. I bought that one. That could have been the only thing that I ever bought with my own money that wasn't G.I. Joe in that period of time, right?
Everybody owned Condor. Even if you didn't know what Mask was, you had Condor. That was like the level Mask toy.
Yep. Well, it was affordable. It was the cheap. I think it was the least expensive one. I'm pretty sure, at least anyway. Eric Wirt says, hot take, I was more Transformers than G.I. Joe. I mean, that makes sense, dude. There's a lot of people I know that totally enjoyed like other stuff too. But the thing is like, I guess, even now there's just no room for it. And even back then, and I know a lot of it had to do with, I think I knew and understood my parents weren't going to be able to buy me all this shit, right? I'd rather just have me get me more G.I. Joe so I feel more complete in this one thing than getting you know what? You know what? Now I think about it, I did buy the Optimus Prime from like a garage sale because it had the trailer, and I remember opening the trailer and it scaled enough with GI Joe where it looked like something they could stand in or something like that. And I think I used him more as just like a sentient truck. He didn't really transform into the person. He was just like a thing that he's like, how Knight Rider controlled Kit. It was something like that, like Duke controlled Optimus Prime.
So we kind of lost the coolest play feature when Hasbro purchased those designs from Takara or Diaclone or whoever owned those in Japan, because a lot of them came with little drivers, like the little Diaclone.
Right.
And that didn't translate over when they brought them over to the States, because they made all new lore for them. And that's why the toy Ironhide doesn't look like what he looks like in the cartoon, because the toy was originally like a little base vehicle platform, not a robot, not a sentient robot.
Right. Okay. He was, if I remember correctly, he was pretty cool in the movies. He had all the weapons and shit, right? That's the
Master, yeah.
Yeah, he looked pretty cool in the movies. Had a beard and a good voice. I thought it was cool.
Oh, no, beard. That was oh shit, I can't think of his name, but John Goodman played the voice of him. But that wasn't Ironhide. Ironhide.
It was a
Hound.
Hound.
No.
Did they make him Hound?
Yes. They made him. Ironhide was the black pickup truck, the GMC pickup truck.
Okay, then I'm confusing the beard part, because that is definitely who I'm talking about, but I'm just confusing the beard part. That's definitely who I was talking about. I don't know why, but did the guy, the old one that turned from the Blackbird, didn't he have a beard? Was that who I'm thinking of?
Fire.
Okay, yeah. I don't know why I'm superimposing that, but I definitely am. You know what popped up in my mind the other day too, for us 80s guys? The Police Academy movies. How fucking awesome are those movies? I was trying to tell somebody about that one scene. I don't remember. I think it's one of the later ones, because they have rookies. And so they bring these rookies to arrest this voodoo guy, and it's Hightower in a reggae uniform, and they get him in the back of the wagon. They throw the body bag in there, and all of a sudden the fucking chainsaw starts up. Tackleberry cuts his way out of the body bag with the chainsaw. And the guy's going yummy, 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 yum, and he's spraying the magic fairy dust all over. Oh my god, that's sight. I don't know why that scene sticks with me. It's fucking hysterical.
On Patrol is what that one was called.
Oh, it was Citizens on Patrol? Oh, no shit. Okay. Amazing.
Yeah,
Amazing.
David Spade was one of the recruits. Kim Cattrall was one of the recruits.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Mannequin. I somehow saw that movie 100 times as a kid. I don't know why.
CG Horror mentioned it. I was thinking about it, too. There was a Police Academy. It was wild. They made a Police Academy cartoon and toys, and they repurposed the Ghostbusters firehouse for the Police Academy precinct.
Holy shit. I don't think I knew that. No shit. Good call, CG. Holy hell.
I didn't know about the repurposing Ghostbusters, but yeah, the cartoon it's kind of weird because most of the movies, they were rated R.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now we have a cartoon aimed at kids.
Big Red.
RoboCop. They made RoboCop toys.
Oh yes. You know what?
That's a hard
Rambo. Yeah, I did not get any of the Rambo. I do think I remember wanting the Ed 209, right, which was the RoboCop's enemy and the whatever. And I never got it. Big Red, he says he was G.I. Joe, Lego, and TMNT in that order. Never got into Transformers or even Mask. Now, when you mentioned TMNT, they also grabbed my attention. The very first movie I ever saw in the theaters was the very first Ninja Turtles movie. I remember my dad took me. I was blown the fuck away. I didn't really want any of the other figures, but I definitely got all 4 Turtles and promptly traded them for Cops when Cops came out, because the Turtles were cool. I thought they were cool, and I liked the different personalities. Leonardo was definitely my favorite, but I did like Raphael. I thought Donatello was cool because he knew how to do everything. And anybody remember the rap song? I think it's it's either the first one or the second one where it's a TMNT power, and it's a legit rap song for the first or the second one, it was on the soundtrack. But even as a kid, I can remember I had this little radio with a tape, and I would bump that shit while I was playing with them fucking turtles. Actually, I didn't play with them much. I just liked having them on my dresser as a display.
And then the second movie had the Vanilla Ice song, the Ninja Rap song.
Oh yes, go Ninja Go.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh my God, great call. All right, so that probably was from the first one. Oh my God, Vanilla Ice in the house for sure. Well, brother, it is almost 10 o'clock, so I'm gonna get you out of here. So if everybody doesn't know, Talib does a great many things over the course of the week. Mondays he hosts Decepticast, which is 11 o'clock over on the Figure Fight Club channel. Or is that your channel?
10:15 on the Figure Fight Club channel.
Oh. No, I'm sorry. You know what? How about I let you do the rundown, because I bet it's going to come out more fluid and much more accurate. So go ahead, my brother. Let me know where we can see you at.
So yeah, I am a whore when it comes to the internet. I am on all the socials at Talib1980_collects, TikTok, X, Instagram, Facebook. I post a lot of news stuff daily, like Transformers, toys, just whatever I see. I try to throw images up on my thing. And then a lot of those images go into our news segment for Decepticast, which is on the Figure Fight Club channel every Monday at 10:15 p.m. And then a couple hours later on my channel, I do a big news and review live pre-record at 1 a.m. So that goes up every Tuesday. Then Tuesday, back to Figure Fight Club at 8 p.m. for open mic night, where you'll see Destro come on there and show off some of his goodies. That's where anybody can hop on the stream. We put the StreamYard link and come talk toys with us. Then Wednesday night, kind of got a new gig. I am on the 3POA midweek madness or midweek mayhem. Oh wow, I said it wrong. Me coming in halfway in the middle of the show, and I talk Transformers.
It's awesome. I've seen you on that quite a few times. It's great. It's literally I said, because after you did that, I think I said to Laserpants, I would love to do the G.I. Joe correspondence if you're interested in ever having me on to do the thing for sure. Actually, Laserpants coming on in 2 weeks, coming into the Viper Den. Very excited. Yeah, sorry. All right, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
You're good. And then Thursdays back to my channel, where I have been building blockies live at 10:30 p.m. Once I run out of blockies, I'll probably do something still live. I don't know, maybe bring Destro Designs on to do a little interview myself. Who knows?
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
And then Fridays back to Figure Fight Club, where we do Plastic Journey, where we bring guests in, interview them. Could be guys in the toy community, photographers, anything like that. And I think next week we have one of the guys from Four Horsemen on, so that'll be a fun interview.
Oh, nice. Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
And then that's at 9 p.m. And then rounding the week off on my channel at 11 o'clock, if you guys are bored and want to talk movies with us, got a show called Men on Films, where we've kind of found this format where we do tournaments. And we put 32 movies in the tournament, and then we vote, the chat votes, and to see who goes on. And this week is comic book movies, non-DCU, non-MCU movies. So anything pre like Iron Man and pre Man of Steel, those are fair game. But all the co-hosts and then the guests pick 5 movies, and then there's like 2 wild cards to fill up the bracket, and then we go on and
awesome.
Get up and decide who the winner is. And that's pretty much all I do. 6 out of 7 days a week.
Listen, I'm at a point now where, I mean, I could do it myself. The only issue is there's so many different things that are on now during the week. You 3 people want, you get everybody that wants to watch 3 different shows at once. What's going to happen, right? So there's definitely times where I'm like, man, how can we squeeze more in at more times and more days? Because, bro, I'm at a point now where I'm 100% positive that I could do a morning and a night show where obviously it wouldn't all be toys. I'd be pulling from certain things, which gets sketchy. You want to talk about politics or anything like that. But no, I love that you guys do as much as you do. You do the most, at least it seems like at this point, from all the boys over at Figure Fight Club. But it's all good.
I have 2 reviews that go up every week on Tuesdays and Fridays. So
oh shit.
So like the goal is that was like doing this whole like social media stuff. I had goals. I hit a lot of those goals. Now I have other goals. Now the goal is to get monetized, get the watch hours in, to be able to get like members And then that's going to be another, like, what am I going to do once I have members? How am I going to make it worthwhile for members? So that's going to be fun to figure out. But yeah, like, it's fun to like talk about other stuff. Like we always talk about toys. We always have toys to fall on. And the movie thing just kind of came organically. A bunch of us got together when, like, I think it was Legion's Con. We just I was like, hey, there's a void because there's guys that normally stream that won't be streaming. Let's get together. And then we ended up talking about movies for like 3 hours. So I was like, shit, I needed something to be able to go live and start building like hours. Let's do this. And then the guys were like, yeah, well, let's do it.
I love it. I love it. Fuck yeah. That's great. I actually tuned into last week when my show was over, you know, because I got to get something to eat and this and that, and I have stuff to do. So while I'm getting ready to bring my ass into bed, I definitely had it on. I was watching it. And I think that's fun. Now, real quick, so I don't think I asked it. Were you guys doing movie soundtracks or movies that have the best soundtrack? Because it seemed like all these movies, it was like Judgment Night versus something else, and I was like, how did is that movies or the soundtrack? I was so confused.
It was the soundtrack. So last week,
okay. Who won? Well, who won that one?
But Legend Series was like both of his made it to the final round. So it was Purple Rain, but yeah. Wait, was that the name of the movie?
Yeah, it was the movie and a soundtrack.
Yeah, Rain.
Yeah, it was Purple Rain. Yeah, I was trying to, because we were all, even though there was a lot of other good songs on there, we were just singing Purple Rain throughout the night. But yeah, Purple Rain won. It was Purple Rain versus Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, all right. That's got a lot of really good songs on it.
Yeah.
Purple Rain.
And I usually let the guests pick their 5 first. And I'm usually the one that picked the last 5 because I want it to be easier for all the guys. Make it harder for me. I don't mind. But this week was kind of funny. So typically we don't say till the show starts who picked what. But a lot of them I think were confused about MCU, no MCU and no DCU. And there was some good movies that were still left on the table that was the scraps were a little bit thicker this week. So. And typically is what I do. I got a list of like subjects, and I'll message all the guys and have everybody vote. Let the guest vote. Usually, I'll put a social media post up and let people, if they see it, vote. So that way, I try to keep the chat interactive as possible because, like, we all like toys. Like, that's why a lot of us are here. You know what? A lot of people that like toys have in common. They like movies, and it's real fun. Like every matchup, I put a poll in the chat, so the chat has the chat's vote matters with our vote on if a movie moves forward.
That's what's up. Okay, nice. That's great, dude. I love it. And I'm sorry, did you say what you're doing tonight? What's the premise tonight?
It's our favorite comic book movies, non-MCU, non-DCU.
Okay, that's very interesting. So, geez, what does that leave? Probably a bunch I'm obviously not thinking of.
Yeah, there's
Hellboy,
a bunch.
The Crow. I mean, is that what you're saying, or are you saying it's still Marvel DC movies?
You can still have Marvel DC movies, but it's nothing after Iron Man that's in the MCU or Man of Steel.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, no, that's okay.
Then you have like movies like 30 Days a Night that was based off a comic book.
Oh, sure. See, okay, that's just shit I wouldn't know.
Yeah, Constantine. Another one mentioned in the chat.
Constantine, nice.
Yep.
That's what's up. Dolph Lundgren, Punisher. Woo, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Which one?
Thomas Jane Punisher is another one.
Oh, listen, that wasn't as bad as some people make it out to be. But I definitely, dude, that Punisher movie with Dolph Lundgren is great. Dude, there's this band from New York City, Biohazard. They did a song called Punishment. It's probably my favorite song that they did. And the intro in the beginning is the Dolph Lundgren. He's like, why are the innocent dead and the guilty alive? You know, here is justice, here is punishment. It's that whole speech. It's amazing. And it goes into the beginning of the song. And it's just, I think Dolph did it really good. I think my favorite guy is who's the guy who did Warzone?
Ray Stevens. G.I. Jane.
Oh, exactly what. Oh, okay. I don't know why I'd stick it to something different in my head, so I didn't catch that when you said it. But yeah, I don't know what the first like 15 minutes of that movie are perfect. I can't remember off the top of my head why I feel like it fell apart a little bit somewhere, but like the beginning when he's using all the different weapons, like when he pulled out that crossbow, I was like, oh, we're getting the Punisher. Like this is what we want. Because I think CG and I were talking about it 2 weeks ago. I had pulled out. I have a ton of Punisher comics. I have like number 27 to something. I think CG, don't you have like every single one till like 2011 or something like that?
Yeah, I have every Punisher comic appearance, cameo, and mention from 1973, 4 to
so awesome.
2011. Yeah,
that is fucking wild, bro.
it's a
I
lot
absolutely
of boxes
love that.
in my storage unit.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit. That's got to take a lot of time to try to get, dude. Holy fuck. I love that when people have big collections like that. It just, Ooh, Chris from Sis3 Arsenal says Darkman and The Shadow. Both played by Alec Baldwin, right? Or no, Darkman was Liam Neeson. That's right. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Those are great calls, brother. Holy shit.
And then played by Arnold Vosloo in the 2 sequels.
Oh, that's right.
The Return of Durant.
Yeah.
The Return of Durant. Oh my God, that's fantastic. So wait, it's the first one where he makes Durant's face and it like melts off or some shit like that. Like I remember that movie was great, dude. I loved that as a kid. I thought that was awesome. Those are great polls, Chris. Chris also made a comment about when I said there was a legit rap song in the Turtles movie, and he's like, legitimate is questionable. It's true. I agree. That was very questionable, but for sure. As a kid, though, you're like, oh my God, this sounds just like EPMD, even though it is not EPMD or Rakim or anything of the sort. All right, brother. Well, listen, I know you got to get going, and I'll just keep talking if I don't get you out of here. So, dude, I had a blast. I will reach out to you, I think, because I'm doing other nights as well. I did with Jay Antonio, we did the Power Hour on Wednesday. That went great. We'll be doing those. I also plan to do like the next couple times we get big news. I'd like to get a couple people in, kind of like a news burst sort of thing. And I will keep you in mind for that, because I figure if I cast a wide net on a weekday at last minute, I can wind up with a couple people, so we'll just see what we can get out there. And now that I'm paying for the Primo StreamYard, I can have up to 10 people on here. So that's what's up.
That was kind of my thought as I was wanting to do more content. I'm like, all right, now I'm legitimately paying for this. Let's
for sure.
All right.
Oh, dude, I had a charge on my debit card the other day. I was like, what the fuck is this? It took me 15 minutes to figure out. It's Adobe Lightroom. I have some kind of it wasn't much. It was like $15, but I get like AI shit if I wanted to do it. I can take stuff, I can eliminate stuff out of the pictures, and it's easy to use. If you're a computer idiot like me, Lightroom is very user friendly, and I don't have anything to compare it to, but StreamYard has been pretty good for me. I finally figured out how to put a banner up, and now that I have paid for all these extras, it does look like there is 2 extra, because right at the top I have these icons to do shit, and it does look like there's 2 other buttons. So I think I can finally put some pictures and shit up. But I love CG when he does it too. So CG, do you mind putting up do you mind putting up Talad's Instagram?
It's up.
Yeah, you'll have a lot more options now with that paid version that you got.
Let's see, that's a teleprompter. Oh, it's recording. And polls. Okay, I saw that preset. Okay, so I think that's the pictures right there. All right, great. I will probably what I'll do, and everybody remember this. If you see me popping up live sometime tomorrow, I'm probably not live. I'm probably just fucking with this thing. I don't know. We'll get a couple people on. We can all just talk about whatever while I'm like pushing buttons and trying to figure out how to make this work.
You want to share my page to show his Instagram?
Oh yeah, I'm looking. Where the hell do I do that? How did I do that last time? Oh, there it is. Hold up. Boom.
Oh, and I want to say hello to Stu for lunch. He popped in. He is one of my
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, there he goes. Yeah, that's my man. I love Stu for lunch. He's the best. Great guy. Thank you for coming in, bro. I appreciate it for sure. So there we go. So there is Talib's Instagram. I don't have my glass on, but it's Talib1980 _collects. Is that what it is, brother?
Yep.
Very good. Very good. Well, dude, definitely. I will keep you in mind for the news burst. I will reach out, and most likely you will see me pop in the comments in your show in a little while.
All right, sounds good. I will bid everybody adieu, and I thank you for having me. Well, you guys have a good night.
Love it, brother. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yep, take care.
Awesome. Later, bro. All right. So now, okay, that's not it. Let me see if I can switch the.
Let's say we can keep sharing. I'm cool with that. I have everything.
All right.
You know, that you want to
Okay.
share.
Well, let me see here. Yeah, you know what? Let's go right into that. So whichever one you got, I don't know if it's in a row, but let's bust into. There we go. So here, I know this is the kind of thing y'all have been waiting for, and so have I. I felt terrible though when Chris came on from Sister of the Arsenal. I wanted to have this stuff. It's one thing me showing it and saying, hey, look, I bought this too. But it's another thing to show this amazing stuff that he makes. So what you see here is a lot of his newer stuff that has just come out, and he's fucking crushing it. Pretty much everything that he's made, I don't know if you're paying as close attention as I am, but I feel like he has been dropping multiple new items a week for like a hot minute or some kind of time frame like that. The man himself takes some great pictures as well. If you look at all this nifty stuff as we got here, these are some of the new cases, the action cases. I think the ones that got, yep. So here we go. These are just, look at that laptop. So I just ordered, so the laptop that Scrap Iron is using right there, I ordered that one in the Cobra black and red, I think. And then the G.I. Joe green, but they're both laptops. Now I've gotten laptops from other people and I love them all. Don't get me wrong, but there's just something about the way, well, also I can have it sit next to other of the cases from Sister Just. Now look at that. That is fucking awesome. It's a nice little chemical case or a chemical container. What looks like like an access code or some kind of punch pad. Just amazing shit. There's so much detail in such a little space. It's just really, really awesome. And all the stuff that Chris has, he's got options for colors. When you're on certain things. Actually, CG, can you click on that thing that's in the top right hand corner? Right. Yeah, that one right there. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. So what this is here, everybody remembers the iconic scene of Big Lob and Tunnel Rat trying to get to, in the G.I. Joe movie, trying to get to take down that turret. Now, I think those are both freaking awesome. I love everything about it. I think it's fantastic. I did not cop one of those yet, but I think what I'm going to want to do is, I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't have Big Lob. It wasn't really on the big to-do list because just, I don't know, it doesn't do a lot for me. But now that I have this, I'm like, okay, when I build my little display shelf, I think I'd like, Night Force Tunnel Rat will be with the Night Force guys doing like an action scene, but I'd like to have the regular Tunnel Rat and Big Lob doing this because I thought that scene in the movie was awesome.
Dude,
Or
this
see,
picture right here is so funny. I love it.
it's awesome. It's awesome. Now, I want everybody to take note as well. So when you're looking around in the background of all these things, these are dial walls and floors that are available on the website as well. I've been looking back and forth and coming up. I think I'm pretty sure I want to get a whole wall, like 2 wall sections. So you have like a corner forming a corner. I think I want to start and get a bunch of that. And once I get something like that moving, it'll make it a little bit easier to do some of the shots that I want to do. Cause I just, right now out in the shop, I have, well, you know what? I don't want to get too sidetracked here while we're talking about all this. So as we're showing here, this is most of the new stuff that Chris has out. I think I see, is that the Major Blood crate right there in the middle?
Isn't that his newest one?
Yes. So this, we can look at it there. And I also have it right here somewhere. I think it's right here. I love this thing. As soon as he told me he was doing it, I was immediately like, what? Holy hell. And speaking of Major Blood, I hope everybody saw our brother Big Red's rendering of the 788 Major Blood. He added some like very vibrant red to the whatchamacallit, and I think it came out just absolutely fantastic. The red didn't necessarily need accentuation, but yeah. So there you can see how he's got the missile and the missile thing, and I'm trying not to say the words here, the revolver and then the launcher, that lifts up, and underneath is where the helmet is, right? So you can see it. I got it right there too. That's how that sits. And it comes with 3 of like a flashbang style grenades that come out. So these don't come with the Major Blood. These come with the crate. There they are. There's the 3 right there. Look at the detail paint on the or not paint. I'm sure that's just the color detail on those right there takes up like a perfect little bit of space, and it's awesome. And of course, with all of the inserts that Chris makes, I'm pretty sure this comes out. I didn't try it yet. So all the stuff that Chris makes, the insert come out, and I could use it for something else, but I don't have to because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different crates for the HISS team. I always think, I feel like it's the just a perfect way to accentuate. Oh, I also warmed up the printer the other day, and I printed out another one of these that I'm going to send to somebody. I'm going to make the gun rack part. For sure. Yeah, and that's so awesome of you to make those available, Chris. I appreciate it. And believe me, it's every time I've sent somebody one of those, just like here, put it in a care package, I'm 100%. I think I'm 100%. That makes them head over and get stuff from you. So very, very cool. Cal that said Tron blood. That's funny.
Little story about Cyst is when I first got into 3D printing, I joined Thingiverse, and I found he posted some of his stuff. So I have files of his old, probably his original crates that he designed.
Oh,
and,
nice.
I printed a few out recently, and they are very nice.
They're so nice. They're great designs. And it's so awesome to make them available, because honestly, so what I started doing, I printed a fuck ton of them. I got a bunch for the Alley Vipers. I made a bunch for the HISS team, and then I made a bunch for the Joes. And the only reason I don't show them off more is because my prints are ass. I don't take the time to clean them up the way that he does. When his stuff comes, you're like, oh, right. This is why I pay the money for his, because it's that much better.
His stuff's clean. It's very clean.
CG, I was fucking around the computer over here. I see your dude Ethan is on 3POA. That's cool.
Yeah, I got it on the big TV. I'll probably watch the replay tomorrow.
Nice, very cool, very cool. Yeah, did he just launch a new book or something like that, or am I confusing him with somebody else?
He's been working on 2 right now, 2 at a time.
Nice, that's cool.
And Cyberfrog 3.
That's
yeah.
That's the one. Cyberfrog, that's the one. Okay, very cool. Stu for Lunch says, man, that red insert pops with them accoutrements. Yes, it does. Here's another great one. So Chris has like his signature mission crates, right? But what you're looking at here, this is the new Legacy crate. And this reminds me of like Snake Eyes version 2, where you see the Commando Snake Eyes and you're like, they can't make this any better. And then they do make something where at the very least it's just as good. So this has more of the traditional crate look. Of course, I got one in the HISS colors with that Cobra symbol. It's fucking awesome. It's got the little code number on there, which, S3A, like SIS 3D Arsenal. Chris, I know you told me what those numbers were before, but I'm a fucking idiot. My memory is not what it used to be. But even on I don't know if you could see them in this, but you see they look like, some kind of a bolt that goes through here. You've got the woods. There they are. There's all 3 right there. And you know what I do like? I like that you put the SIS 3D Arsenal symbol on some of them. And I have a couple of those because I like weaving into my story that like Destro has worked with you to help him provide the top-notch stuff to the masses, right? And I think that's awesome. The same thing like with I did it in the snow thing with Matt and the Atlas. I was like, oh, Destro has finally done it. He sold the plans of the Atlas to the Joes. But yeah, so there is the chemical crate. That's the legacy style crate with the chemical insert. You can get those chemicals will come in all different colors. There's the matte. There they are right there. Those are your options. So as you see, the red, the blue, and then like the tan color, which would be your mass device colors. Mass device colors. I like the purple. Really reminds me of like a mind bender. And then I think that green color represents something too, but it's escaping me right now. I think I had it in my head.
It looks like they could be for the Dyers.
Chuck Bass is in the house. Would you trade a 2027 first? So everybody, my brother, Chuck is one of the coolest dudes, if not the coolest fantasy football content creator. I am lucky enough to be in a dynasty league with him. He is absolutely fantastic. Chuck, my brother, I'm sorry I'm not around as much as you can see. I found a new obsession. And would you trade a 2027 first for Kenneth Walker? I got to be honest with you. I don't think I'm versed enough on with the 2027 class. I think it would also depend on if, what does your team look like, right? Are you poised to win now? If you're poised to win now and you think Kenneth Walker is the piece that's going to take you over the hump and bring you to the promised land, then just like homeboy from the Rams says, fuck them picks. 100%. That's what I would do. But thank you for coming, Chuck. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the upcoming season. And I think you should draft. That's the name of the league that I'm in with you for sure. Oh, and quick question. Are you doing any of them cool one-off leagues? So it's one. Ooh, it's the 1-1. Okay, that's a little tough. I think then it would come down to 111, not 1-1. So it's the 111, man. So here's what I'm saying. I would 100% Kenneth Walker. I don't know that G.I. Joe. So Kenneth Walker, I would trade for the 111 right now because with Eric Bieniemy coming back to the Chiefs, he's one of the parts of success for the last few Chiefs running backs that were just ridiculously good. It's because of the play calling from Eric Bieniemy, and with him being back, Patrick Mahomes, coming back from this injury, they're going to rely heavy on the run game, and on top of the fact that they had an unbelievably down year for what is supposed to be the new dynasty in the league. They're definitely going to come back and do good on that. So I'm sorry I just derailed our toy talk, but that's my brother Chuck. Thank you again, brother. I appreciate you tuning in. And did you collect G.I. Joes, Chuck? How much dead cat face does he have? I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, they only gave him a 1-year deal, I think. So here we got my favorite thing from Chris for sure. Non-sports people take cover. My favorite thing that I've gotten from Chris still to this day, I would have to say is oh no, it's in the box over there. Fuck. My favorite thing is probably the scrap iron mission crate that I got, which it's amazing. As a Seahawks fan, last year was the first year that Kenneth Walker played the entire year. Just a warning. Good call. That's a good call. And his run style, he is a brute, man. He does fucking chug along. That's right. Oh yeah, I guess you picked a perfect time to come, Chuck, because I'm talking about a gentleman's products who was a Seahawks fan. I forgot about that. Very cool. Matt from Mo's Mind says, quick, Google, what sport? 7 people just stopped watching. No, I'm kidding. That is the old football, my brother. Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP too, which is crazy. They just let him walk. So here is one of the scrap iron crates that they got. It's the good old. Let's see here. Yep, it's got the extra missiles in it, and it's still you can swap out the old ones. Yep, there we go. So you got the missile heads. They come apart. I mean, that's just awesome, right? There's the one with the Gatling guns that come out and go on there. I remember I saw that on Etsy. And I got so excited that I ordered it and then didn't even think, does he have anything else? And it was like either later that day or the next day, I went back and I looked and I was like, oh shit, wait, what's this? And there was a Firefly one listed. So I ordered that too. Oh my God, 100%. Chuck says, the Romans' definition of sport was putting a guy in a sack with a dog, a monkey, and snake and then throwing them in a river. I mean, why don't we have that? When did it go away? Cal says, I would watch that. You're damn right. We would all be turning in. Did I miss G.I. Dave? Scrap iron crate sold me on this quality. Got to go, fellas. Oh, nice. Yeah, very good. Thank you for coming, Dave. Again, G.I. Dave coming into the show next Thursday. I'm doing the show on Thursday because my daughter isn't a play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Hell yeah. Very good. Thanks for tuning in, brother. I appreciate it. As always, I'm excited for next week. But yeah, the Romans definition of sport, I have to read that again. Putting a guy in a sack with a dog, a monkey, and a snake, and then throwing them in a river. Could you fucking imagine? Who survives that? The monkey, right? The monkey rips everybody apart. It's got to be. What do you guys think? I think that sounds amazing. It doesn't have much to do with GI Joes or mission crates, but I'm wildly entertained. Chuck, you continue to be amazing wherever you go. Chuck also does a podcast on Twitter. At least I think, you know what? I got to switch over to that Marion Cabretti account and see what's going on over there for sure. The alligator, Matt from Mo's Mind says the alligator wins. Riptide O'Leary says always bet on the, oh, there it is right there. So this was the first thing that set it off for me. In case you don't know, so those Gatling guns, there's an empty tray that scrap irons and missiles will go into. That sits at the bottom, and then up on the top there is the Gatling guns. Absolutely, absolutely amazing. I literally almost jumped out of my seat when I saw it. Gee, crazy. Chuck says, love you, big dog. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, my brother. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm glad you stopped in. And I'm going to, I just started dialing into a couple of the teams and I'll be circling around. So I definitely will come swing by. You'll see me in the comments on your show. Are you doing one on YouTube, or are you still popping off over on Twitter, which was awesome, by the way? I can't remember you had somebody in the last time and they were hilarious. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head, but it was definitely a great show. I think that was the end of last year. It's been a long winter. But I appreciate you, brother. Keep crushing it yourself for sure. So this was my first introduction to Sister of the Arsenal, and it's still to this day. It's just so fucking awesome. What an amazing idea to turn a scrap. I mean, honestly, because I got this, I went out and I bought a whole separate scrap iron so I could have the drone. And then because I'm a crazy person, I wound up buying fucking 1, 2, 3. So I bought 3 more after that. So I have 5 altogether. And then I saw Gridiron and was like, oh, maybe I'll just get one of those. Cal, look up G.I. Jason, a real American slasher. Whoa. How about that?
I've never seen that before.
No. A real American slasher. Yeah, that's I'm still very floored. I love you, Chuck. I'm glad you came by too, brother. That was really nice. I haven't spoke to him in a while, so that was really sweet. Oh, look at that.
He said that on
Holy,
the t-shirt.
Wow, that is awesome. Look at that. Yeah, I'm transfixed all of a sudden thinking about that. I'm also still floored that Chuck showed up. That was crazy. That was really awesome. He said, hey, dude, I know we're already deep into the fantasy football enough at this point, but that if you just even want to be entertained or you like, you got to follow him on Twitter, Chuck Bass, 100%. He's hysterical. Oh, wait, is that the, oh, nice. Okay. I actually get my first bazooka, because I don't have one yet, arrives on Sunday. Because Pop Cold Frenzy's link, it showed up, I think sometime last week, very cheap. I'm also starting to get slightly nervous. My brother Dan Salcedo sent me a Dragonfly, and it was supposed to be here yesterday. And the tracking update, it seems like it's not updating and saying exactly where it is, but it is continuously moving through a network. So I hope there's no problems. He got such a deal on that if that fucking thing gets lost, I'll never get a Dragonfly. Or well, it'll be a long time. Snow Leopard says, now I want that figure, Cal, with hockey stick, of course. That's pretty interesting. Very cool. So as you see, Sister of the Arsenal's got a ton of stuff. His website is beautiful. You should definitely 100% head over and check it out. But make sure you are using Destro Designs to get your 10% off as a promo code. That's on the whole purchase. Totally awesome. You're also supporting a great guy. Chris is awesome. Great dude. An amazing maker. You're getting quality products. I think that's the important. Oh, Dreadnought E, my brother Ellis. What's up, my dude? Did I say hi to you yet? I feel like I've missed your comments. Well, thanks for coming through. Oh, and Ellis, I owe you a mess. Shit. 3 times I tried to get back to you today. You'll hear from me. You'll hear from me in the morning, brother. My apologies. Matt says shipping is nuts right now. I think they lie and wait for the trucks to be full. That's interesting. I'm sure there's an aspect to that. I noticed that I ordered something and it was all wonky on the shipping. Yeah, man. Listen, I've never had I never had something not show up, right? Everything has always showed up. Roadblock and I had that crazy snafu where it came all the way to my hub, and then because of something that the lady did, it wound up going all the way back to Phoenix, which, in case you don't know, I live on, we can barely get farther apart from each other, but yeah, pretty insane. Yeah, have a good night, Alice. Thank you for coming, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is with that. I know that the post office has like struggled for a long time. Lots of powers that be would like to see them go out of business and whatnot. So I'm sure they're not as set up for success. And plus, anybody who knows anything about how the government works with jobs and stuff like that, I did it for, as I said earlier, I did it for 10 years partly, and it was brutal. Yep, grenades, more grenades. There's M67 style now. There was oh God, I can't think of the name of the original set that he made. I'm pretty sure they were still incendiary, but I can't remember what they were called, but they're awesome. And these pictures look fantastic. Oh, right. Matt from Mosemine says your last package went to Texas first, 100%. So Matt's here, I'm here, and the package went all the way over here and then went all the way up. So I just want that Dragonfly. Plus, I was hoping to have it so I was originally, I think I was told it was supposed to be here on Wednesday, and I was going to show it off at the Power Hour. Didn't have a chance, didn't show up. I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I stopped at the post office. And I showed him the thing, and the lady came back out and was like, well, we don't really know where it is, but you can call these 3 numbers. And, or no, actually she gave me a website, and she's like, you can file a claim. I was like, I don't want to file a claim. I just want to know where it is and if it's coming. It was very strange. I don't know what I expected her to say. Maybe something like, well, here's where it was last seen, because it was in Florida for 4 days. It took 4 days to get out of the city. And then it updated and just kept saying, move into the next facility. I don't know. It was wild. But here's some more stuff from Chris. So again, sis3darsenal.com. You can also still find him on Etsy. So if you got the premium Etsy and it's free shipping. And there it is. That's the man himself. Support, great guy, great maker, amazing products, game-changing toy photography, dial stuff, and just the playability. I love playing with it. When I said I love that scrap iron thing, I fucking love playing with it. So again, make sure you're using Destro Designs to get your 10% off. And go support our brother and get yourself something awesome. Now, CG, if you want to switch that up, we'll go right over. And here we have Matt from Mosemine's Etsy page. Now, as you can see right off the rip, everybody knows the hits, right? The Outpost, absolutely awesome. I always said that this thing right here is like the best dollar you can spend for, a toy photography item. Stu for lunch, wishing you all a great night. Got to prep. Oh, that's right. You're over on Men on Film tonight. Forgot about that. Yes, very good. Well, I will see you over there a little bit later, my brother. I'm going to pop in while I'm getting my old ass ready for bed. As always, I appreciate you stopping by. Good to see you, my brother from another mother. So the Outpost is, I've always said it's like you can't find something that gives you all of this for that amount of money, right? You've got the 50, which is I feel like it's an incredibly well scaled 50. So when you put Roadblock behind it, it feels right. There's just infinite. Now that's a great picture. Actually, CG, can you click on that picture in the middle? So right here.
Up like that.
Oh, okay. So what I like, oh, there we go. So what this is right here, and it's amazing, is the connectivity. I think you can see where so you can see starting at like the bottom left, it's the bar, which is a separate piece. It's 2 panels, then that twin Vulcan gun setup, and then 2 more panels that go off the other side that connect to the outpost. Also, if you look at the piece sitting on top of the outpost and then the missile launcher behind the bar, those also have the same connectivity setup that will allow it to connect on either side. This shit is fucking awesome. I now have the bar. If you all saw Danger at the Gates, you saw that I had all of that stuff featured. This arc cannon, I think, is just amazing for sure. But I have 3 shots planned for Mosma. Actually, I have a bunch of shots planned for Chris as well. It's like I said earlier, I've done 1 finished photography shot in 6 weeks because your boy is busy. But I want to do a full setup where I have all of these connected, and I want to do a couple shots where you see how they all come together and how great they look, because it's fucking unreal. Now, what you're showing off here is, boom, really awesome colors. Now, my bar, if you look at that Cobra, the Cobra outpost right there, I have the bar, and what I did is I switched up the colors. So everywhere that you see that blue, I had made gray, and every part that's gray is the Cobra blue. Fucking amazing. I remember it was one of the first things. So when I was flipping through Etsy, actually, I believe I was buying something from Chris, and I came across, I saw the outpost, and I was like, what? What is that? And I think it was $74.99. I think one was $75 and one was $79, I think. And between the bar and the outpost. And I was like, wait a minute, what is this? And of course, once you get into it, we'll show some other stuff later. There's a bunch of stuff that he makes that's crazy. But when I saw this, I was like, I have to have that. Especially at that price, that's absolutely amazing. So I, reached out to him, and I was like, bro, I want to take some pictures of your shit. I want to show everybody your shit. And so I scored a G.I. Joe outpost and then a Cobra bar. And I've never looked back. I now have a bunch of stuff from Mo, and I love every fucking bit of it. He's been very generous. He sends me something, I take the pictures. I'm a little bit behind on all of that stuff for sure. It's been nice to work with him, work with Chris as well, to create something like with Chris. I did the Cobra Claw launching facility. I very generously sent some stuff, and I did the best that I could with it. But again, I have a lot planned for y'all. Your boy has just been super duper busy, and also doing 15 hours a week on the podcast is a little tight. Here is the magnum opus from my brother. First of all, I want to thank him for trusting me to do these shots. For the Atlas, to kind of reveal and roll out what is something that I know he put a lot of work into. Man, that green looks so fucking good. Like that shit just looks absolutely fire. So I got the colors that I got, so I could use it for both Joe and Cobra. I also really liked it for like a Night Force sort of deal. I thought that was a really cool idea. But it's the delivery from Matt that sells it here. Now, there's so many. Oh, I'm so glad you're doing this because it doesn't show right when I do it. This shows look at the front, how that tips down. Now, how toy friendly this is. It's absolutely just so you can get all of your shit completely set up in there, and then close it up. And then take the picture through one of the many open holes, right? I mean, just crazy awesome. Like if you inside, so he has 2 different seats, and this is where the shit just goes completely fucking bonkers. There's a driver's seat and there's a gunner seat. The gunner seat is relaxed, which would give a gunner more options to look at on the screens. So if you're looking down at what is the front of what the driver and the gunner look at, right? There's a bunch of screens right there that Matt sends you this template for that you can print stuff on a sticker sheet and then use the template to slice the perfect size thing that you can put on. I haven't done it to mine yet, but I plan to. And so that whole front area there, I love that shot. Yeah, so I took that shot, and Matt actually doctored it up with Lightroom and sent it back to me. And I was like, how the fuck did you do that? Look at the green on Beachhead. And he's the one that introduced me to Lightroom. So I think that's amazing. Just look at the toy photography options with this motherfucker. That right there is the RAM cycle that comes with my boy Shockwave, his Night Force Rams. Look at the greens. God, I love that shit. I think, yeah, I only had 2 wolf spiders back then. We're 4 strong now. But yeah, just look at the toy photography. The only thing I wanted to be different in this shot is I don't know why I didn't put one of those little tea lights, the little tiny jammies in the back, right, where it lights up that whole inside a little better. Because you know what I'm saying? I do have other shots, so I'm probably gonna, you know what, this is gonna make me go back and post them, because I did do one where smoke was rolling out and it was lit up in the back, and what you can see in there is the backpack racks. So the same backpack racks that are inside the outpost are inside the canopy here. Totally amazing. Like really, really awesome. Yeah, that's the back. So when you have the canopy off the back, it comes with 2 M249 jammies, 1 on each side. Now those holes right there, if you take those out, gridiron compatible. So like the one that came on the top of my Mech Walker from Gridiron, this will go right on there, and that would look beautiful on one of those sides. But don't get me wrong, the M249s that come with it are amazing. And as far as the weapons go, stay tuned. My boy is in the kitchen cooking, and you know what that means. That means we're gonna get some dope shit. So and one of the coolest things, CG, I don't know if there's a shot that you can see. One of the coolest parts, and the very next shot I do for Matt is going to be this. Right where CG is actually pointing, right there is a door that goes into there it is. So it's hidden back there, but there is a highly detailed, almost like a bulkhead door on a sub that goes into it opens up, and you can see the backside of the driver and the gunner. And also on top of that, right on each side and behind them is these little gun racks that you can fit 2 really, full-size rifles on each side behind the driver and whatchamacallit. Just amazing. Like legitimately amazing. Jerry cans. There's a jerry can on each side, a 2-handled jammy. Which by the way, actually I'll mention that in a minute. Just really cool. Just really cool. Like, to me, that's the coolest fucking thing I own, is the Atlas. Now, the Hiss, I love it. The fire team and all that. Y'all know I'm obsessed with that, and that is the greatest thing that the classified line has offered to me so far. But this Atlas right here, the playability, what it is for toys, the toy photography, the design of the front is the first thing that I really went gaga over. Riptide O'Leary says, wow, that's ridiculous. Listen, brother, it's free shipping still. And with my promo code Destro Designs 10, it'll get you an additional 10% off. Now is the time. If that is catching your eye, I would been telling people this. You never know when shipping is going to become so crazy that it just can't be free no more. And so right now, you're getting that. You're getting into the driver's seat of that at a really good cost. So if it's something that tickles your fancy, brother, and I have one. So if there's anything particular that you wanted to know about it, Rip, just hit me up, and I'd be happy to send you detailed pictures or anything of the sort. And even the tires are amazing. Yes. So there's a lot of detail. Listen, if I look at the bottom. There's a stupid amount of detail on the bottom, and if I hold this thing, it's like holding a baby. It's literally like holding a baby. I've always kind of done it like that. Not free anymore, but up the discount to 10% off that. You know what, Matt? I'm sorry, you told me that for sure. Options for tires can be 3D printed or adapter for RC tires. I also forgot that as well. Yes, very good. I'm sorry, Matt. I completely forgot about the shipping. I got to get that shit straight. So 10% still gets you there. That that's a decent amount to go off, and a generous offering for sure, especially on an item that's big like that. Absolutely. So that is the magnum opus. Right here in the top right hand corner, we have the Oracle, which is just. I remember when he explained this to me over a text, and I was like, "What? That sounds crazy." And then he sent me like a test picture, and I was like, "Oh, wait, hold up." And then the etched glass, and I was like, "Wait a minute." And he's like, "Oh, I'm just waiting to get the lights right." And I was like, "Wait. I would like for it to be free, but they got to chill with the." Oh, listen, it is so expensive to ship things, Matt. I totally get it. And listen, I had been warning people for months that it's not going to last forever. So they definitely have their opportunity to make it work. So, yeah, very, very good, Matt. Yeah. So the Oracle is awesome. And there's 3 different options that for a screen, there's the bat, there's the bat, there's what I call like the Weapon X, where it's got what looks like a person in a tank hooked up to some hoses, a mask. So like a medical kind of one. The bat one is just amazing. Forget it. But the battleship looking one that's got the plans and all of that stuff. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's the medical one, right? Yeah, there's the medical one. That's fantastic. Mindbender shots for days, right? Like holy fucking hell. I did as many as I could for the promo shot that I did for this, and it was like I felt like I couldn't. I didn't have enough time. There was so many different ones that I wanted. Yep. Now that one right there, that is the tactical battle option, which looks fantastic. Man, I'm trying to think, and I should write this down. Matt, if you don't mind typing it out, what does the Oracle stand for? Because here's the thing, it is phenomenal. Like what G.I. Joe loves its acronyms, and especially for Cobra vehicles. But this shit right here is bonkers. Yeah, whatever he's gonna hopefully he types it up here and I can show you. Forget about it. I can't believe I haven't written it down yet either. Absolutely deplorable for the promotion end of things here. Now, at some point, because I know Matt is a very busy man. Oh, operational reconnaissance and analysis. The damn bump. Is it computer?
Command link engine.
Oh God, thank you. Operational reconnaissance and analysis command link engine. Get the fuck out of here. Does anybody think that they would think of something better than that? Because I don't. I think that's flawless. That's really sweet. That's a good one. Yeah, CG, we got to put you in the driver's seat of an Oracle, bro. I think you'll love it. The colors, the way that it lights up. I didn't think we'd get that many options for a color, right? Like putting the purple on when Mindbender's around just adds to the photo like it's nobody's business, right? The yellow with the bat just kind of reminds you of the bat, and it makes me think. But there's an actual setting where you put it on. It is it's rolling, like it'll roll through the colors on its own. Fucking phenomenal. One of the cool, the purple. It's so sharp. Now, what it also has, and this is key, is there's a little opening that you can slide. It's like a remote sensor that will allow you to use a remote control. Now, you're probably thinking, well, why would I need that? Like, is that the only way you control it? No, there is a hidden tab on the top that you can cycle through. You turn it on and off and then cycle through the different colors. But once you have gotten all your figures around it, what you don't want to do, if you use the remote, you can adjust the brightness and it kind of adds extra variations. Okay, so then adjusting the brightness might be great, especially for the photo aspect of things, to try to see some of that detail. All right, so I definitely think that I'll have to get that going. So yeah, the the remote is best for when you've got that, you got all your figures set up. And this happened when I was using I didn't have the remote hooked up at first, and I was just using the tab. And man, the first time I had to move a figure to get to the tab to put the figure back, and then it didn't look right, because anybody who does toy photography knows all you have to do is move one thing and then nothing looks right anymore. But anyway, that little option there is amazing. So it was also something very fun to use. Now, here's an idea for this. So if you don't have a bunch of different kind of color lights, or you don't have a light that can cycle through, I have used this, had it just off camera with the light turned on, and it was sending that glowing effect into the photo, right? Totally awesome. Like, it's worth its weight in gold. Matt says, fun feature I found out: if you have one remote, it'll control multiple oracles at once. Ooh, now that is pretty cool, right? I like it. Just get them all synced in, and then, because that would also be cool. Imagine, if you were ever to make a command center of like, what is that? Is it the mobile command center? Is that the thing, the tackle box, right? Is that what it's called? The mobile command center? Something like that. But anyways, if you, maybe do a dial where you've got something like that, and then you've got, these, multiple oracles kind of hanging around, I think that would really be dope. Dark room got real bright real quick. Yeah, dude, I'm with you on that. Let's see. It says my headset is starting to die, so I got to plug one of these in. Hold on one second here. What did I do? So just, quick, cool thing. Matt, how many pieces was it? Because I'm trying to remember. I know that it was like a crazy amount of print time, but also a crazy amount of pieces came with Steamroller. Nice. The only issue you might have is that, our brother R.A. Rain in the house. What's going on, my dude? The only issue you might have is that you want them to be different colors. You'll have to cover the sensor. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, you could, you could also use, because it has the tab. But yeah, that would be the difference of controlling the different colors for sure. Brother R.A. Rain in the house. Hold on one second here, my dude. Author of the amazing book G.I. Joe Protocol, which right now is my man is fighting the good fight, the forces of evil, to get it back and available to y'all. Stay tuned. I'm pretty sure that there's so I know there's definitely a couple people in the chat that inquired. The last one I remember was Cal. I'm pretty sure, Cal, even though while this is in limbo, that we can find a way to get you in the driver's seat of this book. So, R.A., you and I will talk afterwards, because I think the last time we had kind of chatted about, I had said that I had, when it sold out on Amazon, like I had a couple people reach out and they were like, yo, where can I find this anywhere else, and things like that. So, and it is a fantastic book. I actually read 7 pages without falling asleep the other night, because my old ass, all right, that came out wrong. I can't, if you heard me say earlier, I normally can't even get through one single page of any book without falling asleep. I made it through 7 in a row on this. So, Cal, we will be sure to get you one of these, because I think you for sure, there's a handful of people in the community that are interested in it, and every single one that reached out 100% will enjoy it. I know they will enjoy it. CG, we got to put you in the driver's seat as well. It's like, imagine, you know what? Hold on. I'll circle back to that after I'm done here with Matt. So Murphy's and RA. So what you see here is what I do believe is coming, I'm sorry. I know it's coming down the pipe at some point, but my brother Matt is very busy. This thing is fucking awesome. Just look at it. Now, when I went to his Etsy after seeing the Outpost, I remember coming up on this and I was like, wait a minute. What is this? Holy shit. And I started looking at it and having the like the zip lines on each side, like just no joke. Like no fucking joke. What's that say, Ari? Stay tuned for those of you who have already purchased a signature copy. I have them and I'll be signing them overnight. Oh, nice. Okay. Very good. Very good. So yeah, this fucker right here is, like the Atlas, competes for your attention like anything else. So we've got the mounted weapon that slides. Look at this thing. So what I like most about this is, so I have I'm troop building wolf spiders. They're in Strike Team Fangbuster, right? They do a little bit more than what they were intended for. They were actually, wolf spiders were supposed to be para-rescue, right? So they were, if you look at the colors and this and that. So while still able to, let their bulldog bark, they're 100% para-rescue as well. So when I see this, I see, because remember they came with a little rope. To me, I can see everybody repelling, and look at that. That's just so awesome. Big Red heading to bed. All right, brother. Sounds good. We'll see you in those Twitter streets. I really appreciate you coming by, my dude. Yeah, we'll be wrapping up shortly as it is. Look at the green. Yeah, you really crushed that green, brother. Everything you make looks amazing. Ooh, look at that color. God, that's nice. That is a cool ass color.
It reminded me of a Little Bird, but beefier with obviously like the
a rear
attachments with the mini guns and the
right.
I'm drawing a blank on what you said.
Oh, the winches or the right. Yeah. Riptide feels the same way. It's like a little bird on steroids, a little like a chicken hawk. That's funny. I love the tactical peanut butter. It's just not always in stock. Tactical peanut butter.
Yeah, that's the color.
Oh, nice. Okay. I was like, wait, what? What did I miss? I missed something. And what you see right there that's on screen is those are all the symbols that he has ready to roll and available. So the Night Force Griffin, I think that's a Griffin, right? Up in the left-hand corner, obviously the iconic Cobra. Yeah, Griffin, right? I remember that because there was Merv Griffin Enterprises produced a bunch of television shows, and they always used to show the Griffin at the end of like so many different shows. I think Cheers was one, some stupid shit like that. We got the Joe Eagle, and then of course the Iron Grenadiers Destro symbol, which I think is amazing. I can't remember the gentleman's name. I think it's Scar89 on Twitter. Got himself an Atlas in Iron Grenadier colors, a red, a black, some gold. It was fucking crazy looking. But yeah, that tactical peanut butter ain't no joke, bro. I think that's pretty awesome. Now, is that specific to any team at all? I don't know if that has precedent, but not that I care. I think it's amazing. I love it. What I like is that you can fit a bunch of figures in there. Yeah, dude, it's definitely like, how it's way cooler than what I'm about to say, but how you ever remember the first time you saw a Porsche that had 4 doors? You know what I mean? Not the little coupe, but it actually had 4 doors. Like that's what it reminds me of. It's definitely a little bird on steroids, dude. That's hysterical for sure. Awesome. And so one other thing, if see, oh yeah, there we go. That is the Raptor. Now, here's the one thing that Matt does offer for my 3 3/4 brethren is he does offer this in a 1/18 scale, which is amazing. That shit. So what I like about how Matt does it is obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but that is like a super awesome version of a Skyhawk, right? But he's designed it in such a way that, it's not drawing from the Skyhawk. It's just this like completely whole new version, right? I mean, other than the fact that the figure's in the front with that style of a canopy, and then obviously maybe some vertical takeoff shit, but look at those rotors. All right, look at the rocket launchers, look at the skis. That shit is fire. And I've seen he's got in the pictures there, I think he's got one in Techno Viper purple, which is just phenomenal. An amazing color. Yeah, look at that.
Does it come with the base?
That's a good question. That's a good question, Matt. Does that come with the base? Man, look at that. Look at those colors. man, every time I see that, I'm like, Destro needs one. But now we have, it's an option. Okay, cool. Thank you, Matt. So yeah, you can opt to get that with saying, God, those colors are so tight. That
Dude,
red is
probably want
gorgeous.
this- I would want this more than the spoiler.
Yeah, I do.
It looks better.
It does look
looks so
better.
much better. Yeah.
It does. There's so much more flavor to it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's what's up. RA says I still have a few available. PM. Okay. So listen, if y'all want to get right to RA, you know where to find him. He's on all the socials, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. That's what's up. Let's get them copies moved, brother. Yeah, look at that. Look at those rotors. It's better than Skyhawk too. You know what I mean? I mean, the Skyhawk's an iconic look, but this is way better. I mean,
We're getting to a wild color now. Look at that.
There we go. Look at that motherfucker.
Hot.
That is crazy. Could you, I have a fleet of Techno Vipers, and it's like, that would be crazy addition. That is, I love that you did it in that color though, brother. It's really just, it fucking destroys. That is just a crazy cool color. And then here we've got your regular Viper blue or Trooper blue. Riptide O'Leary says, you said 118. That's my scale. Yeah. Yes, Riptide. He offers this one, the Raptor. He offers this in 118 scale as well. Customer request. I had to test a lot of ugly. Yeah. So somebody asked him about it. And I remember Matt said, he said to me, he goes, yeah, I'm not going to make anything in 118 scale right up until somebody asked me to do it. And it was like right after that, right, Matt? I think that somebody asked. It was hysterical. But yeah, that is a crazy.
What brand and color of purple is that?
That's a good question. Well, if you know offhand, Matt, I think our brother's looking. More will come out in 118. Just need printer time. Make sure it scales right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Matt, if you know that color and that brand, CG's looking.
I'll definitely buy it.
Dude, my favorite color, I think, of any that I've seen is, I think it was a Lego, but I'll double check. Very cool. Dude, the CG, the gold that you made. Oh, where's the sign? Oh my God, has that not been here the whole time? Hold up. Fuck. Are you kidding? Oh, son of a bitch.
Sky Warp color.
Oh. Bro, I'm sorry. So I'm depriving everybody of this is CG made this for me so generously and so amazingly. He saw that I was using a very, very trash thing. Hell yeah, glad to see you all still going. Yeah, welcome back, brother. Yeah, that goal is the shit.
I'm currently working on one for GI Dave.
Oh, cool. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
there you go.
Me and see if I could do one of his logo. So I just did a test print today. I got to make a couple changes, and then should be good.
Very cool. Very cool. I love it in pictures because it looks, well, I mean, I know it's going to sound silly, but it looks real, right? There's something to it being there and not just a digitally made thing. I don't know what it is. I love it though. Trying to think. Oh yeah, that was the other thing here. I don't think I took this down. I've got me a Night Landing, which is unreal. Now I have that right there. I have the green. Actually, I think that one right there is the one that he sent me, as Matt, that literal one. And I know CG's got the blue.
Yep.
And here, yep, Matt just sent me this one not that long ago. It is awesome. The design is crazy.
Great piece. Yeah, I love it.
For sure.
I got 5 eels in mine.
Fuck yeah, that's great. Oh yeah, I love the shot that you did where they were all carrying it over their heads. That was amazing.
Yeah, and then they had the like commander up in it, like Bud's training.
So awesome. One of the coolest parts is the soft rope that goes around. It's like just loose. Everything about it is perfect. Like I'm not gonna lie. these shots that you're seeing now are some of the most fun I've had in toy photography because I built, as I was talking about earlier, a fucking jungle. I built all of this in the basement. That right there, the video is not moving, but I actually posted that the video of this where the water was running. If I could just find a way to kind of make the scenery move, I was going to try to move the camera alongside it as I kind of dragged it just slightly off camera. And every time I tried it, it just didn't look right. It looked like I was doing that and it looked silly, but it is like everything that Matt makes to toy photography. So actually while we're on this screen, if you can see right there where where Beachhead is holding the primary. So there's that stack. All right. It's two separate pieces that you can take them apart and use just that big piece or just a small piece, and they're scaled perfectly so that they're if you put a guy down on his knee or almost damn near lay him prone, you can find a way to make it so it's like scaled to him like perfectly. So Snow Leopard says, all right guys, I'm tapping out. Destro Designs, check my timeline when you have some time, posted some new additions you will really like. Oh yes. Yeah, so thank you, Snow Leopard. I will definitely check that out 100%. I always appreciate your support. What's that?
I said, have a good night, Snow.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. So I'll actually say, I'll say it. So I'm sorry that I missed shit on your timeline, and I apologize to everybody that I'm sure I've been missing stuff left and right. It's why I always tell people, just tag me in anything that you put out, and that way I know I see it. But not everybody wants to do that with everything that they're putting out. But the last 2 weeks have been exceptionally busy for me. I've kind of, those of you that I've talked to recently, in DMs and stuff, I've definitely been off the chain busy, and I know I've been missing stuff. I've been trying my best to kind of keep up on things, but yeah, no, I will check that out, Snow, for sure, 100%. And I'm trying to think here. Did we miss anything from Matt? I don't think so. But yeah, you definitely got to go check out everything that Matt has going on. Actually, I just turned around and saw a bunch of stuff that I got from Sis 3D Arsenal recently, and I don't even know, because I had this grenade case that I'm not sure is even up on the site yet. Maybe we'll show that. So go over to Etsy. Is it Mosmine Custom Design on Etsy? Is that what it is? Is that what it says on the top there? Oh, my fucking glasses on. Yep. Mosmine Custom Design on Etsy. Most likely, if you type in anything close to that, whatever comes up is not going to have this on their page, because this shit right here is fire. Just like I kind of said with Chris from Sis 3D Arsenal, you're supporting a great guy, right? And I think sometimes that's like important, I think what Matt does is incredible, and he definitely does it. All his work deserves your attention. And if anything here is financially in your wheelhouse, you will not be disappointed for spending the money. Like, I know that Atlas is big and it's kind of an investment, but I can tell you right now, it's an investment that will pay it to you 10 times over. I've had that Atlas for months, and every time I pick it up and move it or look at it, I see something that I hadn't seen before, right? It is just amazing. So I can't recommend enough heading over, seeing what my brother has going on, check out all the different stuff and the price points and find out what works for you. Make sure you're using Destro Designs 10 to get your 10% off, and that's that. Again, this everything in here is so customizable. I think, as Matt says all the time, if the color is available and he can get it, he will make it for you. So for sure, that's absolutely perfect. Orxizio says, R.A. Rain, can't wait to get your book. Yeah, dude, you're gonna love it.
And the size of the Atlas for $350. Gridiron sells something probably the exact same size for $400. So I think you're getting a better value, a better vehicle. As much as I like Gridiron stuff, like this has, I feel like, more playability than the Striker that they did.
Yep. Yeah. The Phalanx. Is that the one? The big one there? The
Yeah,
phalanx?
I think that's what they call it, a phalanx, but it's a
The phalanx.
striker tank.
It's a striker. The one glowing difference is when I look at the phalanx and you see the back down. I don't want to stick my hands in there to get them figures set up. That looks like a fucking nightmare. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. Made to order, so there are lead times. No one has really complained, but I try to be transparent with that as possible up front. Oh, for sure, absolutely. I think just about most people have, listen, if you've ever ordered something from Gridiron, that shit could take 2 months. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I appreciate you throwing the heads up out there. Riptide O'Leary says I need to get that Raptor. Well, let's get you in the driver's seat, brother. Mo's Mine Custom Design right over there on Etsy. Make sure you use Destro Designs 10, bro. That's what's up. That was the other little so on here he makes. So everybody that has an Awe Striker immediately complains about the whole rack falling off. Well, I'm here to tell you that for damn near no money, you can get that changed. Now, my dude sent this to me before I even opened my Awe Striker, so I did not have to deal with it. It goes on easy. I actually put it on upside down at first, and then Matt told me how to do it right. It goes on so easy. The whole rack is tight as fuck. There's no issues whatsoever. None. Zero. No issues whatsoever. You can also buy the kit that will give you the backpack rack that goes all the way around, and it comes with this extra piece that allows you to gridiron adapt to the top of the Awe Striker. It's fucking unbelievable. I think you can get both of them for less than $20. And if that's the case, you absolutely need to do it. Because putting the backpack on the outside. Oh, and that was the thing. So if you're looking at my screen right here, the back of this right here has, you can fit Doc's stretcher on there. So I still have not really taken any pictures of this thing yet. And I plan to. I'm just going to do it in a way that so I can utilize Doc's stretcher on there and have a whole crew hanging out on here. Because why we're just looking at it totally aside from anything that Matt does, as much I don't know what it is, and as much as I love the original Awe Striker, I absolutely love the way that they did this with the rack and the missile launchers and the 50. This is a gorgeous 50. I just sure, I really wouldn't mind an gridiron equalizer up there to a degree or something like that, but I don't know what it is. I love it. I think it looks awesome. So a lot of people don't, though. A lot of people really want that OG look with the launcher on there, and that's cool. I am actually that way with most things. I don't know why this one in particular. I put it together and I went, oh, dude, that looks absolutely amazing. So yeah, this is very cool. And as I'm sitting here and I'm looking at all this stuff that I have, I'm really I need to find more time. I just want to take a vacation so I could be down here for a full fucking week. So, Orcizio says, my father-in-law is trying to offload his 3D printer. I'll get more info tomorrow if anyone is interested. Oh, nice. Literally just found out about it. Well, yeah, get that info, brother. And, shipping them is a little bit costly, but if it's the kind of printer that, I'm looking for, you don't live that far from me. If it was, worth the trip or whatever, I would drive out there and get it. Cause I have the gorgeous resin printer that CG put me in the driver's seat of, and I love it. I wouldn't mind. I knew the next step eventually was going to be to get a, what is it? FML printer, the regular
FDM. Yeah,
FDM. Sorry, FDM. Just so I could do wall panels or something. You know what I mean? That's because I love this one, and the detail that comes out of this is fucking forget about it. I would love for someone to somehow invent 6 more hours in a day. I think I said that earlier to Talib. I was like, if I could remain healthy, living on only 4 hours of sleep, I wouldn't mind being tired, right? So forget about it. It's the crux of the bane of my existence right now is 100% that. I need more time. Not just obviously with my kids, but if I had 4 extra hours in a day or 6 extra hours in a day, to be down here, I think I would be I think I'd be a happier guy. I mean, I'm sorry, that sounds disingenuous to all the happiness in my life right now. But I know I'm constantly yearning to get my ass down here and fuck around with these toys for sure. Just like Cal, yep, Cal says too. Don't we all need more time? Fuck yeah, brother. Orxizio, I will find out tomorrow and message you. Yeah, thank you, brother. Do that. All right. So, Mo's Mind Custom Design over on Etsy. Destro Designs 10 will get you 10% off. And, you know, everybody's in a different price point for what they can spend right now. If you have an Awe Striker, go over there. They'll spend less than $10. Fucking boom. Oh, so my dude Riptide O'Leary, Raptor ordered. Yo, Joe. Woo! Thank you very much, Riptide. You now join an elite group of people who have ordered on the show in the moment from the people that I'm advertising for, and I believe GI Dave ordered from GI Customs. Conrad ordered an Outpost from Matt. And somebody bought some Sis 3 Arsenal stuff. That was the first person. Who was that? Oh, God, I'm never going to remember. It's one of those things where I'm at the age that if I can't remember something immediately and I try to force myself to remember it, it like jams my brain up like a fucking, like a computer where it just says, nope, sorry, you're going to have to start us over again. RA says, Destro, I got to run. Another great show. I'll see you Monday over at Dimsa. Yo, Joe. Absolutely. Absolutely. So on Monday, myself, RA, Birdman, and the man himself, Mark from Destro is my spirit animal. We are going to throw down on the second part of 1986, and that's going to be the vehicles and the play sets. Last week we did just the figures, and now we have to split them up because it's a 6-hour show if we do it all at once. So yeah, but thank you for coming through, RA. I greatly appreciate it for sure, and we will see you on Monday, brother. Awesome. It was either Roadblock. Oh, that's who it was. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I'm forgetting both of them. Roadblock and Rock Lockdown ordered stuff. That's right. That's correct. Rock Lockdown ordered Sis 3D Arsenal stuff and stuff from you, and Roadblock got the Outpost. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Matt. I greatly appreciate that. That was definitely both of them. Awesome. Awesome. That's fantastic. Well, that is super great. Flipping back here. And all right, let's we're gonna go back to getting us both on the screen here. So let me
just 1 second, hold up before you do that.
Yep.
Hey, coming up, it's called CradleCon in New York. Destro, me, and possibly GI Dave are gonna be there. You'll get to meet Larry Hama, Mary McDonald Lewis, who's been very active in our group on Twitter. Bill Ratner, who voiced Flint, and Lisa Raggio, who voiced Zorana, will be there. Right. So yeah, if more people can come, it'd be great. We could have a actual get together. It's in Staten Island, New York, at the Cradle of Aviation Museum. So you can get tickets now. I mean, they're available now. So.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
that's
come on, come all. We'll be there. We'll be there this Saturday the 17th, May 17th.
Awesome. And what I'm going to try to do, we're going to try to get ourselves a live show, right? I'd love to do something with CG right there. I'm confident that we'll be able to figure it out. However it shakes out when we're down there, we'll make that work for sure. That's exciting. I'm really excited for it, brother. You know, we've gotten real close in a short amount of time, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting you too. If Dave can make it over, that would also be cool. But you know, I will be content with just catching up with you, and that would be awesome. I know there's some other northeasterners that I've mentioned it to, but I'm not sure who else is probably going to be able to make that trip. Oh, there we go. Did I do that? You did that.
No, okay, I did. There we go. Yeah, I can stop sharing.
Cool, bro. That was a great call. I didn't even think to share that. So But yeah, no, that's fucking awesome for sure. Really, really looking forward to that. Let's see, we did all that. Oh, just wanted to shout out something funny. It sucks Big Red isn't here to. When Big Red had made some renders of Muskrat, and so they were just showing slightly different colors, and one of them was in like an ice cream soldier type colors. And Cal called him Glow Rat, and I have not stopped fucking laughing about that since. How fucking funny. Cal is hysterical. Let's see.
When I had Laser Pants show up earlier, one of the people commented that, obviously now that Lenny's gone, Emily, I don't know if you remember her on the live streams. She was the, I think, marketing person for G.I. Joe, the brand.
Yeah.
She always liked the Ice Cream Soldier.
Ah.
We'll get an Ice Cream Soldier.
Now it's coming. People are already losing their minds. I can only imagine when they start announcing something like that, they'll be like, "That's it. It's over. It's a wrap for the line." I'm not anywhere near as worried as I think some other people are, for sure. I feel like I try to put it in perspective of what we've already got and what we're going to get in terms of the next, year and a half to 2 years that Lenny already had his hands on. So I'm pretty sure that, Cal says, I love Ice Cream Soldier. Dude, his colors were just fucked up. The figure itself was actually pretty dope. Like the last time I remember I hadn't heard of it until I was an adult, and I went back and looked and was like, oh, it's got a silly name, but it's like not bad. Yeah, for sure. I'm hopeful that that somebody steps in and they just basically follow the path that Lenny has blazed, and everything will be fine. I'm siding with Greed in the sense that, if they do his like blowtorch, he would be sick. 100%. I 100% agree. All they have to do is just take the edge off of the brightness, and it'll all be fine. I'm not sweating it at all, for sure. So in the past, I don't know, couple weeks, I've had some people say the same thing, and it's just hysterical. There's nobody else in my real life that is G.I. Joe obsessed or anything of the sort. So when I tell people that this is what I've been doing, some people are like, what? Not that it sounds bad to them or anything. They're just like, anyway, so I ran into somebody, and this has happened, I think 4 times altogether now, where I run back into somebody and they'll be like, oh, what are you doing on Saturday? I'll be like, oh, well, I've got the podcast and this and that. And they're like, wait, for what? And I was like, the G.I. Joe podcast. And they're like, you're still talking about that? And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're just like, what is there to go? I mean, my wife is actually one of these people where she was like, oh, what could you possibly have to talk about for hours and hours every week? And I'm like, well, I have guests on. We talk about what their favorites are. It's not like the line's been dead since I was a kid. There's all this other shit that's happening and, continuing to happen right now. So yeah, that shit was always just very funny to me whenever they say that, because it's like, if you're asking that question, there's nothing that I'm going to say that's going to make it make sense to you. Right. It's like you either, again, I always revert to the article I wrote for Serpentor's Lair. Like, there ain't no such things as halfway crooks. You are basically either obsessed or you're just not hanging around in the community, right? Or even on toy pages altogether. I think that's roughly the way that it is. But I think we've gone through everything on the page, which is crazy, because I used to do where I wouldn't get through like any of the fucking whatchamacallits, any of my notes. I would just say a bunch of absolute crazy shit. Oh, I will recap real quick. So we announced winners of the, they were all there, and I think everybody heard it. But we had the winners of the contest. I don't have the piece of paper down here either with the names on it. I had it upstairs because I was making boxes to mail out with. Oh no, here we go. So Edward Blasky got the Spirit. Riptide got the, oh my God, I can't even. Oh, got the Special Missions comic book with Beachhead, as well as the Jada toys, which now that I know how much he loves Beachhead, I think that's awesome. Oxizio got the wetsuit, which So Oxizio, I said to everybody, I was like, if you don't have, and Cal got the booklets and the Crimson Guard. Oxizio had said that he already had the wetsuit, and I said, all right, well, like I said, I'm more than happy to send you a different figure. And he's like, no, that's okay. I'm just going to give it to a friend of mine that was in the military and didn't have it. So I was like, oh, all right, well then, I'll still send you the wetsuit. And he decided that he wanted a sci-fi, so I'm going to send him the sci-fi. So Mo's Mind says, I let the replay play after you finish. My wife was like, it's 3 a.m. He's still talking. That's funny. That's funny. Well, what's funny is the same thing like with the alley vipers. Like there's the lore is out there that he doesn't shut up. So yeah, when they're like, oh my god, is he actually? It's like it's within the possibility. Orxizio says, by the way, I made that Austrian movie poster. Should I post it? Yeah, dude. I know I actually know what you're talking about for sure. Cal says, "Oh damn, maybe not. It would not bother me, but you never know how others are going to react." Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I think you should do it. I'm interested. Yeah. Oh, something else I talked about the other night, but I'll mention it real quick. Metal Gear. I'm just so excited about it. Metal Gear is getting the movie has legs now. They've tapped the director. I can't remember the guy's name, but he did Final Destination, a Bloodlines movie, which I can't remember what that was about, but I think I remember it. Yeah, that guy, he's doing he's been tapped as the director of that movie. Sony is doing it, which made all of the games through Konami, and of course the video game master Hideo Kojima, which if anybody hasn't played Death Stranding, my cousin sends me clips all the time, and the first one looks good, but the second one really looks absolutely amazing for sure. Oh man, I need that to be good. Don't we all? Because same thing with Metal Gear. You're either really obsessed with it or you're not. I think it's going to, I really need there to be now, like 2 years ago, there was rumor that this was happening, and they had tapped Oscar Isaacs to be the Solid Snake. And I was like, no, just in his face. He's an amazing actor. Totally. Like, have you ever seen that movie? What was it? Or the show? What was it? Moon Knight, where he played the actual
Mark Spector and other personalities of Mark's.
Right. And I thought he did that pretty fucking well. I was like, wow, dude, this is absolutely crazy. I didn't particularly like the show, but I could look at it and say, oh, this dude is acting his motherfucking ass off right now. But yeah, for whatever reason, I don't know. The show didn't translate that much to me. I don't even think it came back for a second season. But anyway, they said that he might be the one, and that was years ago, and I think they've moved on to a different production studio. Like the whole thing, it's all different. So you need somebody, man, when we were talking about some people threw some names out the other night, but you need that, who might even, like, with if this kind of fate, like the guy who plays Homelander, he's like a strong-jawed kind of face like that, right? He's got the blue eyes and the blonde hair. That's not what Solid Snake looks like, but at the same time, it's, something like that, right? And then when you have Big Boss, who is the early version of Solid Snake, there's a couple different people that have that gruffer look, and they kind of look like that. And the same thing for Old Man Snake from Metal Gear Solid 4, where it's Solid Snake, just old as fuck. So I'm excited for that. I hope that they do it right, and we get a good movie for sure. Riptide O'Leary says the new Street Fighter trailer is amazing. I think it looks good. I feel like it would be really hard to make it serious and not have it look as accurate as it does, right? Like I think there's a way to maybe do it, but I feel like there's not like a whole huge rich, like G.I. Joe in
You're no longer broadcasting your voice.
There we go. Better?
Say something again.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, no, I had to switch. So I got a warning that my headset was down to 10%. So I took one of them out and put it in here. I took one out originally and put it into the thing to charge. And then when the other one starts dinging, I switch them and I'll usually get through the end of the show. Like that's how it's happened. But yeah, I do. It's crazy. I like this headset and everything, but the battery on it is a little tight. Yeah, very good. I think that's gonna be it, y'all. CG.
Yeah.
CG horror on X or Twitter. I always call it Twitter. I like to call it X a little bit better. Make sure you are checking out the daily awesomeness that he is posting. Is there anything else that you'd like to promote, my brother?
Not yet. I'm playing around with doing my own YouTube thing.
Good.
Not sure. I mean, obviously it'll be G.I. Joe. Probably talk more news based on like with the movie coming, Lenny, even talking about the hack that happened at Hasbro.
Oh yeah.
But like I said, for now it's just toying. I don't have a lot of time. Like 11 hours of my day is work. Monday through
So
Friday,
crazy.
So we'll see. I have the title or the intro and outro already created and stuff. So we'll see what happens.
I hadn't asked you ahead of time, and just as we were here, I wanted to throw it to you in a way without mentioning, what you're working on, because I didn't know much you wanted to go into that. But yeah, stay tuned. My brother is cooking. I'll be the first to let you know once we have an idea when he's gonna pop something off. But it's gonna be good. And so stay tuned for that. Now, CG Horror on X, fucking gotta follow him. It really is a daily service, like I was saying earlier. To have such awesome stuff in the feed, because it is kind of the point of, obviously the community and the engagement part of it is there, but there are times when, you just want to do a little bit of mindless, like scrolling, right? You're not necessarily trying to respond or do anything. Sometimes you just want to look at some awesome shit to give your mind a break from whatever it is that you're on. And so I love what you've done with adding the different elements, the different toy lines and all of that. I think it's not just that you've done that, it's the stuff that you're selecting, I think, is on the money, and it's all really good. So I'm I'm proud of you for knocking it out of the box like that. Doubling your follower count in that amount of time is not easy. So I think you've done an excellent job.
Hey, I'm about fun and positivity, helping people with the mental illness stuff, because how I'm involved in that.
For sure.
My own issues and stuff. So I want to help others.
Definitely. I definitely appreciate your openness on that, because it really, we come from a generation where the stuff doesn't get talked about, and that's not good for us as men. Like, it's not. I know we have females in the community, but, men, for 250,000 years, we've been this very particular thing, and that revolves around, being this rock and this, this unbreakable thing. But it doesn't work that way. We're all flawed in some kind of a way, and we're all slaves to what our mind tells us is happening, right? You have to manage what goes on in those locked rooms, and that shit's not easy, especially when you're dealing with it what feels like on your own. So, anybody out there that is struggling in any way whatsoever, do not deal with it by yourself. Reach out to me, reach out to CG. There's, that even if it's just, hey man, I just kind of want to say something, and I can't, if you're unfamiliar with it, I can't express to you enough the power of just verbalizing shit sometimes. There's times where sometimes I'll say something out loud and I'll go, oh, and you'll feel completely different about it. It's not always that easy, but getting it off your chest, saying it, to hear it come out of your mouth, it does amazing things for you. Just, you're not alone. What you're going through is, and that's the thing too, is people will convince themselves that nobody is going through the situation that I'm in. Nobody knows what I'm going through. Nobody knows how I feel. You'd fucking be surprised. There's a lot of people out there that have been through some serious shit, and I myself included, right? I've come to the other side of a lot of different things, and the last 10 years have been very good to me, and they've led me to where I am now. But there is definitely credit to be given to and if the idea of a therapist is just not in your wheelhouse, again, it's the generation we grew up in where that shit just, you didn't do stuff like that, and not just your mental health. We're all of an age. Get to the doctor. Right? Let the doctor look at you, give them your blood. They'll tell you what's wrong, make adjustments. It's nobody wants to have to watch what they eat or worry about, there's just a million things, right? Nobody wants to exercise. Like, what do you mean? I work all day. I got to exercise. All of that shit is important. Find a good doctor that you trust. Follow what they have to say, and take care of yourself, because the mind and the body work together. You've got to take care of it for sure. If you can dust your Joe collection or make customs, then you can reach out to somebody and just say, hey, and if you don't know what to say, the person that you're reaching out to most likely has been in that position before, right? Reach out to me, reach out to CG, and just say, hey, I heard you guys on the stream last night. I don't know where to start. And guess what? You've already started. You're there. So,
hey, if you DM me on X, I will, and you don't want to talk through that, I will give you my phone number. You can call me. I will listen.
Excellent. Yeah. Then it's, and it's important to know, like CG said, like he's coming out through the other side of a really rough year. Last year, he went to war with 2025 and has come out on the other side a winner, right? I mean, I couldn't think of another analogy to say that with, but that's,
I mean, I'm very open about what happened last year. I lost my job of 18 years. I started another one that I didn't feel like I belonged. I lost a friend at Christmas to suicide. And then 2026 started, and it just got really bad, and I got really low, and almost made a decision that would have been bad. So I got the strength to get my ass to the ER and was in a hospital for a week and a couple of days. And yeah, I feel better now. I see a therapist. Things are good. I look at every day. I find something that I'm grateful for, something I appreciate in life.
nice.
So I have the skills to fight these issues. This is why, everybody's doom and gloom about Lenny leaving. I'm like, it's preconceived notions. We don't know what's going to happen, but we can't dwell on the negative of it. This is a good thing for him. He thinks it's a good thing for himself and his family. We could have another guy who comes in, and Lenny, is more passionate than Lenny was, if there's even possible, and kick ass some figures. So be positive,
For sure.
Stop being negative about every little thing.
It's, and a lot of that, and it comes from, is once you get off our little community and you start wandering through the halls of the internet, it is all doom and gloom. People don't realize that when, between the news and everything you see on the internet, it puts you in a position where you've surrounded yourself with nothing but negative doom and gloom bullshit, right? Like you can't get out from underneath it, because you have built this cocoon of bullshit around you, and that's why having somebody to talk to is important. Having, a friend that you can reach out to, because if you just keep co-signing your own bullshit, you're going to talk yourself into a not great place, right? You need, especially like if you find that you're mad about everything and you're frustrated by little things, chances are you got to hit that pressure relief valve. And that's a little bit different for everybody. But yeah, like Cal says, stay off the internet unless it's G.I. Joe. 100%.
Yep.
100%.
Absolutely.
It's like, and it, I literally don't let my kids anywhere near any of this shit, because it's that bad. And it's not like you reach a certain age and then all of a sudden your mind can handle it. No, the human mind was developed to worry about your village, this small little group of people, up until the last 50 years. Media has introduced us to the rest of the world, and all of the world's problems. And as much as you don't want to live a life of burying your head in the sand, you need to figure out what you can control, what you need to put your mental energy on, and like have that perspective from the outside, right? Because if you've got a friend, if you've got a brother that you can reach out to, and you start saying some things, a friend is going to say, "Oh, hey man, I understand you feel this way, but let's take a step back and let's look at this from one end to the other," right? This is how you feel, but it's not reality. Your feelings are not reality, right? Oftentimes, how you feel about something does not have anything to do with the reality of the situation, and that's just basic human nature to an extent. And that is, and if you don't get the perspective, you're on the phone all the time, you're looking at all the negative shit that's happening, you're going to wind up in a spot where you can no longer just be happy in general, because everything that's surrounding you is just this negativity. And that's why it's important to have those friends, though. That's why you have to unplug every day and take a walk outside. Yeah, no, for sure.
Absolutely.
You can't look at your phone all day. I did today. I took a hard break for a few hours so Saturdays, because, somewhere around 3-4 o'clock, I start to sit down. I make a couple show notes, and I take a little nap, and then I get up, I shower, and I get ready for the show. So that means that a lot of my Saturday is, taken up by the show. And so I get up, and then like Saturday is the day for the kids, where, I usually take them somewhere. We do a bunch of shit. And part of that, because my kids are at that age where if they're talking to me and I'm looking at my phone, they get mad. They recognize, they're like, "I want your fucking attention. Put that thing down and listen to me," for sure. And Riptide says, "My wife has told me I've changed just by being part of this community. You've all helped me just talking, Joe, and I thank you all." Well, my brother, I appreciate you sharing that with us. And to be honest with you, I've heard that from a lot of people, that when they put the phone down and then they go back to the rest of their life, that they're happier, and that the people around them notice that they're happier. And I've never been more proud. Like, besides being a dad and all the stuff that involves being a dad, it's right underneath that is this for sure. Yeah. And Cal says, that's awesome, unless they're like, "Shut the fuck up about Chad already," right? No, my kids. Oh, speaking of my kids, I almost forgot to show this off. Hold on. So I think earlier in the week, I showed one of my daughters came back with this from the dollar store, and I was just elated, right? I was so happy that they thought of me, and but just the fact that they got me a G.I. Joe thing. Well, today they came back and they found me a Cobra Commander. So
Nice. That's awesome.
because, dude, I reacted when they brought me the Duke. I was basically in tears, like not bawling, but I was having a moment, and I think they recognized that. So yep, they went back there today. Their mother brought them there, actually, but yeah, these things are awesome. I love it. On the back, it shows that there's a Snake Eyes, and I think somebody else mentioned that they have like a Roadblock, and somebody else, I think it was G.I. Dave. So there's a couple more out there. Maybe, I think this wave, like the three, Duke, Snake Eyes, and Cobra Commander, that was probably wave one, get the popular ones out there and shit like that. Yeah, for sure. Well, Riptide O'Leary's got a keeper. Very good. But the whole point, like we're wrapping around again, I know I'm a stranger, maybe CG's a stranger to you too, but, I can assure you that, if, even if you're unsure you're doing well, just reach out, get some perspective, throw some things out there. As I'm saying this, there's somebody else that I spoke to earlier in the week that just, spoke up on the timeline and said that they weren't doing well. And I reached out, and they weren't necessarily reluctant at first. I think it's just, they're like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I get that. It's actually probably a good natural reaction to be like, "Well, what is this guy? I don't know this guy." But there's plenty of references for both of us in the community. And, even if you're unsure that you're doing well, just sometimes all it takes is like, hey, I heard you on the show, man. Maybe I'm not doing well. And then next thing you know, you get a little perspective. You got a new direction, and there's lots of things that can be done. But the bottom line is number one, just make sure that you're not suffering alone. Reach out to somebody and get a little bit of help there. So, and again, CG, I greatly appreciate your openness and willingness to speaking about it, because I can guarantee you that it is putting something in front of at least a handful of people right in our community. The world is kind of on fire right now, so there's almost certainly like a handful of us that are struggling in some kind of way, even if it's just financially right now, right? The stress that puts on people. You have kids, you got a wife, you're making this, but the cost of everything keeps going up. Just don't suffer in that alone. As dudes, it's hard enough to try to confide in people, and maybe you've had a bad experience about that, and that sucks because that shit happens too. But we are definitely here for it all. Orxizio says that has turned into an awesome conversation. Love you all. He also says he's got a lot to say on the topic. Well, brother, we're always here. You got the phone number. You know how to reach out. Definitely. On the timeline, feel free to put your own message of it. If they start to see there's multiple people that are really saying, it's the normalizing of it, right? We're going against 50 years of in the media and in our homes where men you don't go to the doctor, you don't talk to it, and certainly don't talk to a therapist. That's old horseshit that we're no longer subscribing to. Eric says, I can feel this. It gets hard to keep your head above water sometimes. It's true. Listen,
yeah, very true.
It's there's so many different things that are happening right now that are a negative for people, and it doesn't matter whose fault it is, whether they're in the White House or the Congress. None of that matters. You are where you are. The situation is what it is, and you feel how you feel, and you need to manage that. You got to be able to have something that allows you. I always refer to tap the pressure relief valve, right? So it's like, on a hot water tank, they have, if you ever seen, round hot water tank, there's a pipe on the outside that comes down and it's not connected to anything. They're like, what the fuck is that? That's the pressure relief valve. There's a thing in there where when the combination of pressure and heat combine, they form a dangerous like amount of pressure with the heat. And that tank can explode. That tank can fucking blow into bits and kill a bunch of people in a house with that kind of shit. But this one little device, when it reaches that certain combination of pressure and temperature, it opens up just a little bit, just enough, and a little bit of that pressure gets relieved, and a little water will come on the floor. Not a big deal at all, but your literal house has been saved because just this little bit of pressure got relieved off the top. And sometimes that really, Riptide O'Leary says even Cobra has therapists. Anchor Viper has said so. Well, they've got kind of a crazy boss. I would think that you'd have to have something to keep your head on straight for sure. But the point stands, my brother, for sure. So that pressure relief valve is important, and you got to find a way to be able to tap on that every once in a while. And sometimes just having a great community. Sometimes people need a little more. Sometimes those issues run deep. Sometimes, maybe you've been telling yourself some really negative shit about yourself for a while. I've done that. Negative self-talk, can't do it. You just can't. You can't call yourself an idiot. You can't call yourself any of those things. You got to be nice to yourself.
Exactly. You would never say the things that you say about yourself to a friend, someone you love. Why? So if you're not going to say it to a friend, why are you saying it to yourself?
100%.
And this is where I was at. I felt I didn't want to burden anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I want my friends to come to me when they have issues. So why would I hold it from them? So you have to have that good support group. So I have, two really great people personally in my life. Online, I got DD here. that, I've talked to him about some things. So, we can't self-isolate. We can't be, mean to ourselves, and we got to get out and socialize. That's really tough sometimes, but especially during like the winter months. But your
Definitely.
mental health is just as important as your physical health.
Oh my God. Some may even argue more so because it's just, I mean, it's 50-50 really. With one without the other is not ideal, and we're all at that age. This is supposed to be the golden time, right? You didn't make it this far to be miserable. You didn't make it this far to check out, just simply because you didn't reach out. And listen, I think CG and I would both attest that's not that easy. Now, as you've probably gathered, if you're watching by now, I don't have a problem talking. I never have. And I've always been relatively open and honest, and that's always helped me. But what I did is I made this nifty little way to trick myself in that I was so open about all of these things that I had myself convinced that I was doing enough of all of that. But if I stepped back and looked, it was, oh no, you're talking about all of these things, so you don't have to talk about this, right? It was a distraction. It was, part of, this way that I was talking about earlier, that I'm just doing shit constantly all the time, fucking endlessly. That was born of not being well, never wanting to sit for more than 2 seconds, because when I sit down for 2 seconds, all that's there is me. It's just me. And the same thing with working myself to the point where when I lay down, I don't even have an opportunity for my brain to start going in on myself. I would be so tired that I would just pass right the fuck out. I never went to sleep. I was just passing out, and that's not cool. And a lot, I mean, nothing. I had childhood was a little crazy. It's nothing. It's mostly all things that once I got through some shit and talked to a therapist for a while, I came to realize that exactly what I was just saying is what I did over the course of fucking a decade and a half. I had told myself the same bullshit for so long that I believed it, and it wasn't true. Not at all. And I had great friends. But like I said, I was just too chicken shit to look at. I knew this shit was over here. I knew it was all right here. But I kept going crazy about everything that was over here because it distracted me enough from what was happening here. But you can only do this song and dance over here for so long before you just collapse. And the only thing that's left when you collapse is all the shit that's over here. So just take care of the shit that's over here. Talk to somebody, again, I know some people really recoil at the thought of a therapist, but, find a good one, go see one. If you weren't feeling it, go to another one. There's no limit.
Absolutely.
You could just keep going until you find one, but make sure you're not going to one. If you're uncomfortable, you've probably found the right one. If you're going and having a good time and you're talking about the Yankees and something else, you found a friend. Because I had a therapist that after about a year of going once every 3 weeks, after about a year, I was doing work at his house. We were joking. I would go for a session. We wouldn't talk about a single thing other than we were just talking about our lives. And he at one point was like, I love you, but most likely you should find another therapist because we're not. And he was right. He was 100% right. I did the thing that I was talking about. I even tricked my therapist into thinking that this was it. It was all this over here. And he knew it. And he was just like, we've become too close. I think there's an issue with with your ability to be open about certain things. And he was correct. And then I wound up seeing a woman, which was crazy. Or at least I thought it was crazy. And I found that I had actually an easier time talking to her about some of the real shit than I did a guy. So that's just throwing that out there. You know, some people, you know, have had weird relationships with, you know, authority figures, or, you know, if you had a dickhead dad or, you know, something like that, it may not be your first option to want to go sit down and talk about your stuff to like a man. I found that it was, and Dr. John, the first guy I talked about, was fantastic. Just an amazing doctor. Like I said, we just got too close. So, E Worthy in the house. He says, "What's up? Catching you late in the stream." Yeah, brother, we are wrapping it up, my dude. We were just doing a little check-in with.
Really deep here.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think I feel like the message is great, right? But we got to a point in conversation where, you know, I felt like there was maybe a little more I had to offer, and it's good for me to say those things, you know, like that. Like I had spun this glass house of, or should I say, this mind palace. I created this mind palace to convince myself that I was okay when I wasn't, you know. And I think that's real easy as a coping mechanism for people to, you know. And like I said, it was over here, everything was great, but over here, I was saying some really fucked up shit to myself, and you can't do that. You don't realize it at the time, but, you know, and I still do it. Like I have to, sometimes I catch myself, you know. I don't go to see a therapist as much as I should be right now, for sure. I made some major strides over the course from like 22 to 23. And then I kind of took a break for a while, and then I went back for like 6 months, and then I got really busy, and which is no excuse. And I kind of put it on the back burner. And I feel like I regressed a lot. Just as I was coming into, you know, the joke community, I wasn't doing well. You know, I've since gone back. I've done some sessions and kind of corrected the ship a little bit. But that's how easy it is to go from, you know, doing some work and being in a good spot, and then, you know, being so busy with work that you're not practicing the things that you've learned and able to, you know, and believe me, it's weird. I think about it all the time that like, I don't know why it's so ingrained. The behavior is so ingrained that I keep going back to it, even though, you know, you have these breakthroughs where you're like, okay, yeah, no, that's ridiculous. I can't believe I was even doing that. And then 6 months later, you're like, oh, I'm doing it again. I'm like, what is happening? You know, because you got to be diligent. You have to be on top of yourself. That's why it is hard work, and that's why routine is sort of good. Like I'm not necessarily a creature of habit. I wing everything. I am moment to fucking moment. The planning who's coming on my podcast and planning my jobs are like, it's like it. Like I don't think and do daily routines, like none of that shit. And this is the deep personal tangent. You know, this is a deep personal tangent. Oh man. You never hear live. Yeah. Well, you know, it's important. It's important because I think there's a wide range of things that could afflict any of us in our minds. And sometimes it takes hearing somebody else say it to be like, oh, that's, yeah, right. I do that. That's not good. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I should take a look at that. Maybe I should reach out to somebody, because I want to see everybody be happy. I want to see everybody live full lives. Like I said, you've come too long to be miserable for the rest of it, right? Let's make this work. And so if you're out there and you're struggling, reach out to somebody. My DMs are open. CG's DMs are open. We've both been through it and are on the upswing. So we'd be more than happy to, if you haven't caught the gist yet, we'd be more than happy to listen to what you have to say. And I don't mean like I don't, you know, neither of us are going to come at you in a preachy way and tell you what you have to do. All's we're asking is that if you're not feeling well, don't sit in silence. Do not beat yourself up. Do not allow the shit to take over the top of you. Reach out to somebody, him or I, or somebody else that you know in your real life, and get some perspective on those feelings. And don't let it get you, brother, for sure. And sister. I know we have a couple of sisters floating around. So yeah, I think on that high note of positivity, we are going to wrap this up. I just want to go through my notes real quick to make sure there wasn't something I was supposed to mention, and I did not. Yeah, so stay tuned for CG's next move. I'm sure once he's got that down pat and ready to roll, he will be launching something awesome. So I am excited to see what you come up with, brother. I know we talked briefly about it earlier, and I was excited to hear you say that for real. So Riptide says, as Sergeant Slaughter says, we all go home or nobody goes home. Fucking damn right. I love that. Great call. And that's the truth for sure. We're all in this together. We can help each other get to the top of the mountain. And I think that's the goal. So very cool. I am Destro Designs in Viper Den Studios. You can find me on all of the platforms now. I have both accounts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. You can find the live from Viper Den Studios here on Saturday nights at 8 p.m. Remember, next week is Thursday at 8 because my daughter's going to play over the weekend. So, live from Viper Den Studios, Saturday nights at 8. I'm also doing, unfortunately, it's not going to be every week, but we will be dropping episodes of the Power Hour, which everybody is getting a kick out of. It not being anywhere near an hour long, but we're calling it the Power Hour. I think that's great. And that wasn't the plan to call it the. We literally were like, we'll just nail these topics and get through it, and we are going to get there. I think our first show was always going to be a little longer as we paid homage to the community and the people that we're enjoyed talking to. So, that's almost always going to be on Wednesdays when we can get it together, because Jay's got a lot going on, so as do I. But it was awesome. I had a great time with him on Wednesday, and it was well received. It sounded like everybody else enjoyed it too. So I'm excited to get another episode out of that, and you'll see CG on here relatively often. Laser Pants is coming in 2 weeks. I'm going to have him here for that. I'm actually trying to talk Mark Fogarty into coming over with us too. So we'll see what happens there. I know he's also a fucking busy guy. So Riptide says good night. Good night, brother. Or Exesio, good night. Yep, we are all out of here. Good night, everyone. Have a great night. Great show as always, and great chat. You guys are the best. Thank you, Cal, our carded king. We appreciate you, brother. Definitely. And so Destro Designs, the YouTube is here. Live from Viper Den Studios is Saturday at 8. Power Hour will be Wednesdays at 8 when it does happen. And last but not least, you can catch the articles that I'm dropping on Serpentor's Lair. They drop Tuesdays and Friday. I'd like to get it to where maybe I'm doing a third at some point, but right now, until the remodel upstairs is done, I'm tapped out on time. That's all I got to give. Plus the hardest thing is coming up with the topics. Like, I have a bulk of them that I'm ready to do, but at some point I'm gonna have to, really start putting, because now I can just sit down and make the whole thing up in 45 minutes. So I'd like to put a little bit more time into those individually and have some real deeper kind of ideas about, the toy line as a whole, certain episodes of the cartoon and shit like that. I think it's such a layered and awesome thing that there's a lot to go on. But yeah, serpentorslayer.com, a Wayback Machine to the 80s. It's an awesome website. You can also follow them on all the socials, especially over on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And so for all of you that made it this far, I greatly appreciate your time. Time is our biggest and most important commodity. So when you give it to me and the guests, CG, on here, I greatly appreciate it in the deepest of ways, because, everything that you could be doing otherwise is you're not doing it. You're here with us, and I can't thank you enough for that. So everybody, I'll see you in all the social media streets, to the wonderful community on Twitter. I love all you motherfuckers. CG, thank you again for coming on. You did great on the 1s and 2s over there, showing those pictures. And like I said, I can't wait to see what you got coming up next, brother.
All right. Thank you.
Nice. Sounds good, y'all. Have a good night. We'll see you later.